Lazo.
Present.
Reed.
Present.
Corelli.
Present.
Thoss. Lim.
Present.
Morset.
Present.
Kringle.
Present.
DeCara.
Present.
Sherman.
Present.
Smith.
Present.
Trejo Hernandez.
Present.
Connolly.
Present.
Gumarov.
Present.
Hamid.
Present.
Kaufman.
Present.
Rudy.
Present.
Gaudio.
Present.
Metellus.
Present.
Rose.
Present.
Ravi.
Present.
Hall.
Present.
Atal. Chauhan.
Present.
Escobar.
Present.
Naguib. Wanjin. Johnson.
Present.
Patel.
Present.
Weiderberg. Green.
Present.
Hendry.
Present.
Rubin.
Present.
Alcuda.
Present.
Benesh. Condoloro.
Present.
Colazo.
Present.
Rodriguez.
Present.
Benwick.
Present.
Janadra.
Present.
Pullman.
Present.
Renda.
Present.
Richmond. Shen.
Present.
Varela.
Present.
Vasquez.
Present.
Lipner.
Present.
42 out of 45 quorum is verified.
All right, approval of the minutes. Everyone go ahead, take a look at last meeting's minutes. And is there a motion to approve last meeting's minutes? Any objections? Seeing none, last meeting's minutes are approved. Approval of the agenda. Everyone go ahead, take a look at this meeting's agenda. And is there a motion to approve this meeting's agenda? Any objections? Seeing none, this meeting's agenda is approved. All right, open forum. Anyone wishing to speak in open forum? All right, come on up.
Yes. Okay. Hello, guys. My name is Dee. Recently, I was appointed as a new senator. Although I'm not currently, finishing that process of officially becoming one, but I'm hoping I will, and I will do my best. Just want to say hello to all of you because I might see you quite often, and I want to improve our community as a whole. Actually, my goal to make a connection to make us more united as a team, as one Senate, because that way we will work more efficiently, in my opinion. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak in open forum? Okay, seeing none, announcements from the student body president, President Lister.
All right. Good morning, Senate. I hope you all had a good first 2 weeks of classes and actually attending your lectures. This week on Monday, we had our first Cookies with a Cop event. We had a Green Assembly on Tuesday. We had our Work Where You Learn fair yesterday on Wednesday. And then we also had our Spring Sports Pep Rally today, Thursday, in the Student Union Atrium. So thank you to our Safety and Transportation Coordinator Lisman, Sustainability and Innovation Coordinator Camarado, Chief of Staff Blanco, and Athletics Coordinator Wetzler for planning and hosting those events. Also on Saturday, we will have a mechanical rocket at the basketball block party. There's a doubleheader. So the men's team is playing Houston at 12 o'clock. That's our space game. And then the women's team is playing at 4 p.m., I think, against, you know what, I'm not going to, I forgot who. But at the men's game, we will be giving out Space U student government shirts, or actually athletics will be giving them out in the student section at that game. And when I know Jareeb's going to come up here and give his report, he has this shirt on right now if he wants to be our model for tonight. Also, some appointments tonight. So I hereby appoint D. Muhammad Muratov to the College of Engineering and Computer Science, seat 2, Nicholas Lloyd to College of Engineering and Computer Science, seat 8, Tyler Borges to the Rosen College of Hospitality Management, seat 1, and then also Alicia Wright of the Election Commission to serve as the Assistant Supervisor of Elections, and then also due to a change of major, I will also be reappointing Denishka Morissette to serve in the College of Undergraduate Studies, seat 2. I will also be giving the Vice President's report, so just...
Okay, we'll do Varela, Colazo, Metellus.
Yeah, last week there's a question about kind of like the football ticket survey form, and have you been able to touch base with the athletics coordinator about that, or is any progress on that?
No, not yet.
So Senator Rubin actually occupies Rosen Hospitality, right? College seat 1. So I think Borjas would have to be appointed to seat 2.
I will make sure that I'll change that in the minutes, and then hopefully the email goes out as well too.
No, yeah, you're.
I just wanted to ask about the mechanical rocket. Is that like a mechanical bull?
Yes, sorry, that is a mechanical bull that's shaped as a rocket. I guess that was the clarification. We were going to have it for one of the tailgates in the fall, and then that tailgate it was the Cincinnati game that got rained out. So then we had the money. We were like, we'll use it on a basketball game, a similar event. Yeah, there we go. That is a very good point of clarification.
Lipner.
Just a quick question about the trustees meetings. When is the next one coming up? And do you have any concerns or questions that you're going to be bringing up at that meeting?
I believe the next Board of Trustees meeting is February 26th. And then can you repeat the second half of your question?
Any concerns or questions you'll be bringing to that meeting?
No, I'll be getting what's on the agenda hopefully in the next month. That meeting on my calendar right now, it only shows, I think, 2 to 5 p.m. So we don't probably have that much business on there. I'm assuming in March, we'll have another full board meeting where that'll be like an 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. So we'll have more business that comes up there, but I haven't been given my packet yet on what will be coming up at the meeting.
Any further questions? All right. Announcements from the student body vice president given by President Lister.
All right. Brawley said, "Good evening. I apologize for not being here in person. I am sick." He said he woke up with a 104.6 fever. This week, our communication plan with parking services began for our Pay With Provisions program, with more collaborative posts coming soon. On Friday, I am meeting with Director Meyer from Student Accessibility Services tomorrow morning specifically to discuss a golf cart service for students with disabilities, and I'll be attending the Disability Caucus meeting at noon to hopefully find some points of collaboration there. Additionally, I'm meeting with the university's Chief Compliance Officer next week to discuss the same golf cart initiative, as well as the emergency response procedures and the syllabi. I will also be speaking to the Faculty Senate Campus Safety and Security Committee at the end of the month regarding both of those initiatives. I unfortunately do not have an update on the Interfaith Council right now, as I am still awaiting the feedback from several individuals. Thank you and have a nice weekend.
Varela.
Yeah, about the Pay With Provisions initiative. I see it's like a limited window. So is it like a more of a pilot program, or is it kind of like it's gonna be limited period?
So when we first pitched the idea to parking services, their first concern was just revenue, because they do make, we'll say $30 on a ticket or whatever. So that was their first concern. So to basically get it started and make sure that it was. So I guess we could see it as a pilot, and hopefully it does get expanded for the month of after the month of February. But also the reason I think we mentioned this, one of us on our reports mentioned this about 2 months ago. We had this already set for February, but because they didn't want students, we'll say, banking up a lot of parking tickets, they wanted us to wait until just a few weeks before to announce it. But I do believe, and you can check their website, that if you still have a parking ticket from November, I do, you can still pay those previous ones. So it's not just during the time, if that makes sense.
Any further questions? We'll hope Vice President Brawley gets better. All right, seeing none, thank you. All right, Comptroller's report, Comptroller Simillo.
Hi, everyone. I hope that everyone's super excited for the long weekend and have some fun plans ahead of y'allselves. I just wanted to remind everyone again that the fiscal workshop's coming up on February 11th from 11 to 12 and 6 to 7. So if you could please email your RSOs and just let them know, hey, there's an Instagram coming out, so that a lot of people show out. They will have to register. I have already sent the request to comms, so the post should be coming out shortly. This week during Military and Veterans Caucus, we discussed a few events and resolutions that we had in the works. I'm currently working with Sophia Lisman, the Safety and Transportation Coordinator, to hold an event during Safety Week with the K-9 unit, and I do hope that they come, that all comes to fruition, because I'm excited, as well as I'm sure everyone else in this room is super excited to see dogs do some tricks. So yeah, that's going to be fun. The executive branch recently also met to go over some mid-year budget evaluations to ensure that everything's working well and efficiently to use all of our funds in the correct way for all of our initiatives. So I can't wait to see where this semester takes us. Everyone in cabinet has really exciting things coming up. And then I have a meeting with Luke Brown from EC to go over the budget and how we plan to get people excited for the elections. We plan on discussing how to use the money diligently over the fiscal year and also stretch it very, very far out because we want to connect with as many students as we can. So I did attach a Google form. If everyone can please take some time to fill that out to best help Luke's team and me efficiently work with our budget. Just have a couple questions on there related to how you found out about Senate, what you thought worked well for Election Commission, merchandise ideas, things like that. There are some things that are required from Election Commission, but the marketing team, as well with Luke and I, will be working diligently to make sure that we can do as much as possible with the funds that we have. If the link doesn't work, let me know. It's been pasted 7 times. So I guess I'll try to get with Brody to fix it. But yeah, and then for CRT, somebody deleted my line and made it very bold. So FAO is 56,530.04 with a reversion of 135. And CRT is 120,475.32 with a revision of 0.77. So yeah.
Any questions for Comptroller Camilo Escobar?
Which room will the workshop be happening?
Right here in the charge on chamber.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Any further questions for the Comptroller? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Where did I get lost in the agenda? Attorney General's report, AG Polera.
Good evening, Senate. I updated Senate Rule 2 in accordance with 5610. Title 9 is now in accordance with 5618, and then Title 3 is in accordance with 5619. I hope all of you have a great long weekend.
Any questions for AG Polera? All right, seeing none, thank you. All right, Cabinet Forum, Director of Student Affairs, Jerry Benitez.
Hi, Senate. As President Lister said, here's the shirt. Spacey right here, and then it's all the constellations in the back, and the big SG logo right here because we fund it. Shout out to our graphic design coordinator Zoe Malone for creating this awesome shirt. So, hello, Senate. I hope everyone is having a great start to the spring semester. For me, I jumped in full into Universal Nights planning because breaking news, it's a new date this year. It is February 23rd, 2025, the same hours from 4 p.m. to 1 a.m. Everyone get excited. More information about distribution dates, volunteer shifts for everyone in Senate. It'll be coming to your SG emails probably next week, along with the announcement of the distribution dates and the actual date. Will be coming on Instagram, so please repost that, hype it up. The Student Affairs Division is also in full force with all events. Like President Lister also said, we had 4 events alone with just the coordinators. We have many more coming in within the month. Now, this is a message from our Diversity and Inclusion Coordinator, Jasmine Carr, who couldn't make it tonight. She said, hey guys, she's trying to plan an SG caucus takeover. One of her main initiatives whenever she got confirmed was to bring representation to all the caucuses. She wants to table on February 10th from 12 to 3 in the Student Union Atrium. She sent out an email to all caucus chairs and vice chairs. Don't quote me on the vice chair's part, but I know she sent it to the chair's part. So if you can just go ahead and look at that email, respond back to her so she can start putting that together, that event. We want to bring awareness to all the caucuses. And other than that, I hope you guys have a nice long weekend.
Any questions? Benesh.
So if you volunteer at distribution of tickets, do you get a ticket?
So how I'm just gonna continue how like the old system was from the previous people that served as director of student affairs. You have to volunteer for 2 shifts in order to get your ticket because that does equal to the amount of times that you're waiting in the line. And honestly, I feel like people, volunteers, especially us, we get a lot more hate, a lot more people mad at us, angry at us. So it does equivalent to just waiting in that line. So working 2 shifts, we're gonna do like a check-in system and checkout system. So I know that you stay the entire shift in order for you to grab those tickets.
Follow up. Go ahead.
How long are the shifts?
It just depends how long we have the distribution dates. We're working the arena right now because since it is in February, basketball season's in full swing. And we met with them today actually, and they just wanted to discuss like logistic wise because we're not gonna be able to use the seating part of the arena because of basketball and the basketball practices happening and like they hold whenever we have away teams, they offer the arena to them to practice as well. So we're just looking more in the logistic wise. We wanted to release all the dates this week, but just after that meeting, we want to be more safe and like secure about everything, all the details wise. So that's why it's coming out next week.
Go ahead.
Are you planning to do a distribution at Rosen or
Yes.
more than one?
So all the auxiliary campuses, so Lake Nona, Rosen, and downtown will be having distribution dates. Just how we've done it in previous years as well. We are going to send over all that communication to the respective like student life programs over there. So we don't have main campus students traveling to the other campuses just to grab their tickets because we do have a limited amount for each auxiliary campus and then main campus as well. So you're gonna send out throughout like your Rosen email, Rosen Student Life, Downtown Student Life, Lake Nona, etc.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. All right, announcements from the Chief Justice. Chief Justice Rivera.
Hello, Senate. Judicial is chugging right along as we kick off the semester. Our branch retreat is this Saturday where we'll be having a bunch of workshops and trainings for the justices. Our USF visit is later this month, and then we do have our signature event, Lounging with a Lawyer, in early February with some great keynote speakers, and our Judicial Outreach Committee is working really, really hard on that. And I will have more details for you hopefully next week. For anyone who needs judicial services, please find all of our forms linked there. It's on our Night Connect. It's all very centralized. So for any of your constituents that need any of our services, that is the easiest way to get in contact with us. Also, I hereby resign Justice Nero, Pizzera, Villadares, and Calfee from the Women's Caucus, and Justice Nero and Porriez from the Latin Hispanic Caucus. That's it for me. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any questions, Libner?
Can you give a little bit more insight into the resignations that you just hereby set into place?
Yeah, they just told me that the times weren't working for them.
Colazo.
With the resignation of these justices, do you have any other justices in caucuses?
I'm not sure of the status of that, but I can get back to you.
Any further questions? Libner.
Do you know if they were contacted to be involved with the setting of those times, or if they just were like told a time to show up?
From my understanding, they did fill out the when to me and a different time was chosen. Not sure if that just worked with everyone else's availability, but they just let me know that they couldn't make it due to class commitments and work obligations.
Any further questions?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I have another announcement that I forgot to say.
Go ahead.
I will be working with the manager of parking operations and PTS in order to coincide with exec's initiative for the parking amnesty. So we'll make sure that everything is in line for us to guide students who need appeals over to them. And then once that wraps up, we'll just go back into full swing for those appeals. Sorry about that.
All good. Any further questions for the Chief Justice? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have announcements from the Supervisor of Elections, Supervisor Brown.
Hi, Senate. I hope you're having a great evening. I have a few announcements for you all. So in the last meeting, I did accidentally forget to announce the due date for the application packets for both presidential candidates and for Senate candidates. That is February 14th. Along with this, I want to make Senate and any students that choose to review these minutes aware of an ongoing situation being handled by the Election Commission for the sake of transparency. Over winter break, multiple election commissioners and I were made aware of a pair of students aiming to become presidential candidates who had created an Instagram in an effort to gain signatures. On January 7th, I, as a supervisor of elections, requested these individuals take down their Instagram until further notice. This was in order to allow time for the commission to deliberate on our next course of action. These individuals agreed to the request and took down the account immediately, along with becoming significantly more communicative with the commission as a whole. On Tuesday this week, during our first meeting, the commission deliberated and decided that if this group meets the requirements to become a ticket by collecting the necessary 100 signatures, along with the completion of the presidential packet and attending their info session, the commission will begin the process of an election violation hearing. These individuals have been made aware of this fact. If anyone believes they have new information to share that the commission may not have, we ask that you file an affidavit that includes the necessary requirements. I want to preface, there is currently nothing we as the commission can do, as they are not technically even a candidate yet. The commission can only take action to a student or group if they are a candidate. So thank you. If you have any questions, please let me know. You have my email as well. Also, I hope to see a lot of you tomorrow for our first info session on the 17th, or on any of those info sessions I have listed there. I'm not going to read out every single one of those. Also, just for the room as a whole, if you're interested in becoming a presidential candidate, please reach out to my EC email so that way we can schedule a one-on-one info session. That is just so that the presidential candidates have a full length of time to ask questions, as we're trying to keep our info sessions a little shorter this year when it comes to our main sessions. Also, the link Kylie shared does work now, so if you did not fill out that form already, please do. Thank you.
Any questions, Colazo?
In your review of this alleged violation, did the commission find sufficient evidence that there would be a violation?
So this deliberation was not so when we have a violation hearing, that's when we decide if they have actually done a violation. And that's when we decide, that's when we look over evidence properly. At this current stage, this was just a conversation between the commission based off the minute amount of evidence we have collected within ourselves and the things we have received. And none of this, unless one of us fills out an affidavit, this does not count as evidence for the actual violation hearing.
Follow up?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So the commission, for example, hasn't pre-selected a tier violation if they were to become an official candidate?
Tier violations are based off of the violation that is broken typically. The commission, it depends on who is leading the commission's discussions during that violation hearing. But the violation that's suggested will be the person that submits the affidavit submits a violation they believe they broke, or like the statute they believe that they broke. So from there, we would find typically the best case would be we find what violation is in association with that statute, and we'll do the violation based off of that. Unless there is specific reasons to choose a different punishment, we go solely off of that.
Thank you.
Claudio.
So should these candidates become candidates, the election commission hold a hearing and they are found to be violation based off of what has been stated, they have been complicit with the election commission. And if the election commission were to come to the belief that these individuals violated out of ignorance, would the election commission perhaps have a reduced sort of sanction against that candidate compared to if it were of a more, I don't want to say malicious nature, but deliberate nature? That's the word.
Solely based off of election statutes alone, ignorance unfortunately does not count as an excuse to not understand the violations. So that is not an excuse. However, as they have been very cooperative, and this is also this is kind of like a precedent setting situation. I believe the commission will take a lot more time to think on this decision.
Follow up. Go ahead.
The reason I ask is because in Title VI, the different sanctions of tiers are, it says could be, but are not limited to. And so that implies that the commission has a lot of leeway with if they go that far or if they decide to sort of commute it.
Like I was saying, with kind of Andrew's response, we will typically just go based off of the cut and dry thing to ensure fairness. But as I was saying a second ago, this is kind of like a precedent setting situation. So I expect that the commission may have a unique way of handling this. But I also can't guarantee or officially state anything in that regard, as we have not yet had that hearing and have not yet collected all of our evidence.
Corelli.
So the exact violation was that they began campaigning before they should have, or that they began collecting signatures before they could have?
No official affidavit has been filed yet. That will be done the moment they become candidates, if it is not done by somebody in the public. So currently, no violation technically. The purpose of a violation is to decide if they have a violation.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, announcements from the Activity and Service Fee Committee Chair, Chair Karingo.
Hey y'all, so really not much. I just kind of said I wanted to meet for the proviso language meeting before we have our budget session on the 6th next month, and that's really it.
Any questions? Any questions now about how budget's gonna go? Oh, yes, Weiderberg.
President voting.
All right, Senator Weiderberg, present in voting, so noted at 7:42 p.m. Sorry, I forgot about that. Any questions about ASF we could answer right now, or? All right, seeing none, we'll get there later. All right, announcements from the Scholarship Committee, Chair, none. Caucus reports, APIA, Caucus, Chair Lim.
Hi, everyone. We elected a new vice chair. Congrats to Vice Chair Chalian. Okay. Oh. And we discussed the next steps of our APIA catering initiative, and we plan on setting another meeting with dining services to discuss improvements and future plans. Thanks, everyone.
Any questions for Chair Lim? All right, seeing none. Black Caucus, Chair Metellus.
Good evening, Senate. I hope you're all doing well. Black Caucus met last week where we discussed initiative updates. Our next meeting will be tomorrow at 11 a.m. Progress has been made on our Black History Month initiatives. The Black Business Showcase flyer and registration form will be released soon. Pro Temp Morset has been working to get our Food Truck Fridays set up, and many details such as potential restaurants are in the works. Chair Johnson and I, as well as Pro Temp Morset, are set to meet with Dr. Guzman to discuss data and details related to the Juneteenth initiative as well. And Black Caucus, again, will meet tomorrow in the conference room at 11 a.m. Thank you, guys.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, and I've said it, but just to give a shout out to Black Caucus, Chair Metellus, especially Chair Johnson, though, meeting with the provost about the Juneteenth resolution. Let's give her a hand. That's awesome. Okay, Disability Caucus, Chair Johnson.
Hi, guys. Our first meeting is going to be tomorrow at noon in the SG conference room.
Any questions for Chair Johnson? All right, seeing none. Latin Hispanic Caucus Chair, Vice Chair Vasquez.
Hi, everyone. So tomorrow we'll be holding our chair elections at 9:30 tomorrow in the SG conference room. Please join the caucus by the end of this meeting if you guys want to be involved in the caucus this semester. And also let me know if you haven't already, if you're interested in the leadership position. And as always, let me know if you have any questions.
I can hear the music from Memory Mall. It's like, what's that? Okay. LGBTQ plus caucus, Chair Benesh.
Hi, guys. We had a meeting on Tuesday regarding some of our future plans and proclamations, so be on the lookout for that. Also, we may be tabling at the Women's Health Fair on Tuesday, so get hype. Yay. Next meeting is the 28th at 9.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, Military and Veterans Caucus, Chair Collazo.
Hi, everyone. Just a few announcements from me. So the Military and Veterans Caucus did meet this past Tuesday. Just a reminder that our caucus meets bi-weekly on Tuesdays, and we start this week. So next week we don't have a meeting, but the following week we do. So that will be January 28th. Reminder, if you want to join the caucus, you have to be appointed by a branch head. In the meeting, we discussed spring events. So these events include Salute to Women Veterans on March 6th, Month of the Military Child in April, and Memorial Day in May. The web course initiative that was headed by former Attorney General Madison Moore is halfway complete. According to Director Kepner, the web course will allow military students to get involved on campus and recertify their benefits. So proclamations that we are working on is the K-9 Veterans Day proclamations, which we can hopefully tie to the K-9 event. The Vietnam Veterans Day. This one's kind of important because former President Barack Obama issued I don't know what it was, an executive order, I believe, that the country were to celebrate Vietnam veterans for like, I don't know how many years, like 15 years. So we've been on the 50th anniversary for like 15 years now, and it's ending this year. So it's kind of significant. And if you guys want to know the reason why we're celebrating it, it's because when they came back, they weren't really honored by our fellow Americans. So that's why President Obama did that executive order. And then I have, again, Month of Military Child, Memorial Day, and then the Women's Veterans Ceremony. And then Comptroller Submittal, as she mentioned in her announcements, is collaborating with the caucus, and we'll be planning a K-9 event during Safety Week. Then Iron Night is the 22nd of February. I am in discussions with Director of Students Affairs to see if we can supply them some waters. The Air Force will be hosting the Dining Out Gala and the commissioning ceremony, which is our very own vice chair, I believe, will be in there because he will be commissioning as a lieutenant. So if you guys want to come and support him, I totally suggest that. Then I've spoken to Director Kepner. The VA is very, very slow. So if you have any friends here at UCF who use benefits, just let them know that the VA is backlogged, and just be a little patient to receive their benefits. And then lastly, I met with the DE&I coordinator. Of course, all caucus chairs received the email regarding the caucus takeover event. Me and her sat down and discussed the event in full, and it's all detailed in the email. Additionally, you will see in one of my bills, the Student Government Executive Committee bill, there is a change to the chairman. Because I had a conversation with both the president and the vice president and Shane, the director of Office of Student Involvement. And we decided it was best that the individuals, the chair and vice chair of the committee, should be student government agents. So essentially the bill in that characteristic went back to what I originally wrote in spring. And so now the rotation is based on the 4 quarters of the ASFC year. And that's it.
Any questions? Gadio.
Did the director elaborate as to why the VA is backlogged right now?
Well, one, the president-elect is being sworn in next week. So a new secretary of Veteran Affairs will be appointed. And 2, the VA has always been slow.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none. Women's Caucus, Chair Lazo.
Hey everybody, today we're going to be seeing a proclamation for National Cervical Cancer Awareness Month. It's a very important proclamation to me, so I can't wait to see it. We had our very first and very efficient meeting today. I really want to go to that pep rally. As a reminder, meetings are now going to be at 12 p.m. on every other Thursday, with our next meeting being on January 30th. And I'm also very excited for our Women's Health Fair next week here in the Student Union Atrium from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. If you're interested in volunteering, because we have a lot of members of student government already tabling and you want to help them set up, you want to help me set up the event, fill out this When to Meet. It's going to be like, just tell me what your availability is, and I'll basically organize people into shifts that are going to be setting up or just tabling and helping out with like pizzas and stuff like that. And that's it from me.
Any questions for Chair Lazo? Morissette.
What day is the Women's Health Fair?
Next Tuesday, the 21st.
All right. Arab Ad Hoc Caucus Chair. Green.
I assume the Women's Health Fair is also working with Student Health Services?
Yes, they will be there, and so will Wellness and Health Promotions, but I wanted to keep that a surprise.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Any further questions? Seeing none, Arab Ad Hoc Caucus Chair Alcuda.
Good evening, Senate. So this week we tabled at the grand opening of the Halal Shack alongside SBA. I got the opportunity to meet the CEO, reach hundreds of students throughout the day who also got to sample the menu. Additionally, I spoke with some RSOs present and we agreed that with this opening and expanding of accessibility, to food restrictions many students have, there can be more education on what exactly halal food is. Additionally, working on collaborating with RSOs to get Arab restaurants into Restaurant Row. Still working on getting a meeting time arranged, as I unfortunately have only received feedback from one official member of the caucus. As a general reminder, now that we are getting back into the swing of things for quorum purposes, please keep communication flowing with caucus leadership if you plan to be an active member this semester. We will begin meeting weekly and have a set meeting time next week. So please make sure you keep an eye on the Teams channel. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, Sustainability Ad Hoc Caucus Chair DeCara.
We met on Wednesday, just before our caucus meeting, with Ryan Chabot and Jennifer Elliott of the Arboretum to discuss the next steps for the initiatives, as we have a couple, and seeing who to speak to and what to start working on. Additionally, right after we met to discuss resolution writing, we went over the meeting with the caucus, and additionally, how can the caucus help improve the UCF STARS rating. Additionally, we meet weekly on Wednesday at 4:30 in the conference room.
Any questions? Green.
I'm sorry, you'll have to forgive my ignorance, but what exactly is the STARS rating?
So our STARS rating basically covers the sustainable rating of the university on energy, on water, on education, on outreach, different things. So it's simple as teaching sustainable education at orientation, or ensuring that you're the water. Jordan, you want to talk a little bit more?
Yeah, Chodakura basically had it all covered. It was just a way for universities to quantify their sustainability efforts. And in our plan, which is supposed to be completed by 2027, we're supposed to see a STARS rating of gold. We're currently silver, so we're trying to make efforts to make that happen.
Any further questions? Gumrav.
May I direct a question to the Sustainability Vice Chair?
You may.
So I wanted to ask, is one of the initiatives that you're working on currently, did you get any headway on I know you were trying to do the water fountain survey thing that you were working on. Is that one of the things that you're going to bring up?
Yeah, actually, we just had a meeting with Jennifer and Ryan, as Chair DeCara just mentioned, and at that meeting, we brought up the whole water fountain issue. It's a lot bigger of an issue than we originally thought of, because buildings are individually ran by their departments. It's not overseen by a single group. So to get funding for a single water fountain to be changed or have a filter changed out would come from an independent group. So the goal now is to get a new form in place, which goes to independent building liaisons to make that happen. So we're in the process of that happening within the semester. So yes, it is happening. Thank you for the question.
Any further questions? You're prepping your mic. I was thinking of a question. Okay. Intercampus and Transfer Ad Hoc Caucus, Chair Varela.
Hello, Senate. Our first meeting of the semester is tomorrow at 3:30. We'd love to see a lot of you there. Big thanks to Chair Vasquez and Chair Hamid for covering for our tabling event for ICTC. My header went great, so big thanks to them. They really came in clutch. And then today I had a meeting with the Rosen Dean, and we were discussing more about the renovations for their night stop there. And no new progress there, but we expect to have progress by our next meeting, which is in February. Also, she really wanted me to announce that there is a new TED Talk stage, that symposium stage open at Rosen. And it's open for any student or organization to reserve if you want. Their grand opening was actually yesterday. Yeah, yesterday, where they had news cameras and everything, they did interviews, really big deal. It's a really, really nice sound stage, microphones and lights and LED lights and everything with big lit screens. and it's open for every RSO to reserve. There's a reservation process that they're working on. So flyers to advertise it will be released soon. So look for that. If you have any questions, let me know. And all caucus or committee chairs, it's super cool if you want to do like a symposium or some presentation. Super cool thing to do, right? They actually use a TED Talk stage. So let me know if that's interest to you.
Claudia.
When can we expect the process for making a reservation of that stage to be publicly posted?
So right now it is brand new, like as in yesterday, brand new. So they're still trying to figure out like what are like the I guess requirements. What I was told now is that because the stage is meant to be for more educational use for Rosen, most reservations are going to be kind of more evening-ish, just as a guideline. I would hope within the next week or so I'll have the flyer advertising it, but most likely to make a reservation, you have the email the dean or a contact sent to me by the dean. So it'll be very much like a in-house thing for now for at least a month or two. But until they're super ready to roll it out for everyone, or I guess not for everyone, it is for everyone right now, but a specific process, yeah, a month or two.
Any further questions, Green?
Yes. So I'm sorry, this may be a question for our next caucus meeting, but I wanted to ask, are there any plans to meet with the administrative staff of Lake Nona and downtown as well?
Plans, no. Desire to, yeah. This is something I want to talk about in our next caucus meeting. Yeah, that's. I think the dean meetings for downtown and Lake Nona, I'm not sure, but like downtown there's a date for it. Probably have that's Eli Richmond. I'll probably talk with Eli Richmond for next meeting so I can figure out when those dean meetings are and if we can loop in Lake Nona.
Lipner.
Just a quick question about the TED Talk Symposium. Is the plan for that to host more public events with like an audience or more private events that are like filmed and for just like personal use?
Both, actually. I was talking to the dean. This kind of plays into their vision for Rosen, which is kind of being a student lounge area. They kind of want the TED Talk to be open for people to, sing, play guitar, do whatever they want because Rosen's a very creative campus. Also, during more like the afternoon time, serve as a place for people to learn how to speak, learn how to do events because Rosen is a hospitality school. There will be people learning how they can basically run a TED Talk, right? Run symposiums. But they wanted it to be open for both, right? There were some times where there'd be hosted events at Rosen, bring in speakers for everyone to come. And then there'd be times when RSO wants to do their own private thing, right? Like, a banquet or some private meeting in there. So it's a mixed use, I would say.
Any further questions? Question?
Sorry, this is like one thing to add on. It was like the link sharing was weird. So if you want to understand STARS a little bit more, we did link like our STARS report. And if people wanted more updates on like our initiatives, I did try to link the meeting notes. If it still doesn't work, just ask and I'll send it to you.
All right, Lipner.
Can you describe what the setting of the area is? Because I can't find any information about it online since it's so new. Sorry, I just wanted to ask, can you explain what the TED Talk Symposium stage looks like, whether there's like seating involved, like what this room setting is, because I can't find any information about it online.
Yeah, actually, the dean sent me pictures of it, so I will pull those up so I can describe with my own eyes. I'm not sure if everyone can see this, but like this is like what it was. This is really small, but basically it is like it's a room with like LED screens and speakers and microphones, and there is like seating areas, like nice like chairs, just couch type things, and like a kind of like grassy stage where there's like two like big like cushions for like a symposium. So kind of like imagine like a TED Talk stage, but like 25% of that, right? Because obviously we're not going to do the whole TED Talk stage, but it is pretty nice though from the pictures I've seen.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none. Announcements from the Senate President. All right, hey everyone. Good to see everyone. I started scheduling meetings with other universities next week. UF on Zoom, I'm excited for that one. And then UNF is coming to visit on February 20th. Still gonna work out the logistics. Maybe we can figure out some like social type thing, but that's in the works. When we get closer, I'll figure that out, have more details. Just a reminder, outreach events, January 20th, that's through court. That's all of student government. And then February 5th is we're gonna have another Senate specific event. I linked the Dropbox in here just as a reminder that that's there. And then remember caucus chairs, I emailed you a couple weeks ago. So if you haven't responded to that, please respond. I want to set up meetings, things like that. Yeah, and that's about it for my updates. It's gonna be a tough meeting, but we're all just gonna get through it and move forward and keep the ball rolling. Because that's what we do. Any questions for myself, Lipper?
Just real quick, can you elaborate on which schools you have already met with and your plans to meet other schools that are in the works?
Yeah, so we've met with FSU. That's it. It was hard to get responses back in the fall. And then we hit November area. And I know that's like their election area. So then, yeah, it was like an iffy time. So then I was like, okay, we can just wait until this semester when they're all settled and then ready to go. But yeah, I got an email a couple of times there, but that's okay. Read. Oh, I didn't fully answer that question. I'm sorry. I totally forgot. That's my bad. I also reached out to, USF, FIU, UWF, other Florida schools. Still waiting on a response. Got us in the follow-up. Sorry.
No, you're good. In regards to the UF Zoom meeting, will that take place during our Senate session, or when will that actually be going on?
So the UF, sorry, I should clarify. That's usually for FSU. It was just me and Pro Temp Morset. I'm just kind of going over leadership, different like systems, things like that. Really insightful and just really interesting because we do things so differently than other universities, even though it's under kind of the same like Florida law type system, but really like things are done so differently. So UF is going to be kind of the same thing. It will be Senate President and then the Pro Temp for both sides. And then UNF is actually, I think she said, the Senate President said her cabinet. And then she asked if she could bring along like 3 senators. And I was like, of course, please, we have plenty of room. So yeah, and that will be, since they're coming to visit, I'm hoping to like make it more of like a social like incorporation thing. Hopefully in the future, we'll be able to like travel and like kind of meet like all of the branches, but obviously we have numbers, so, but hopefully. Green.
I think I asked a similar question earlier in the session, but the intent was to mainly communicate with public schools, correct?
Yes, I imagine, I'm not totally sure of the logistics, but I imagine private schools have different tuition plans with activities, diversity, things like that. Yeah, I'm getting head nods. But I could totally be open to private schools if anyone has any recommendations, but I just did public for now. Any further questions for myself? All right. Internal Legislative Assistant Report, Ayala Alcuda.
Hello again, Senate. SLC met for the first time last Monday, and it was a huge success. We've got a fantastic group, and I'm so excited for the start of this SLC session. Our meetings will continue every Monday at 4 p.m. in the Charge On Chamber. Please remember to fill out the SLC Mentor Interest Form if you would like to be considered for a mentorship role this session, and have this form filled out, preferably by the end of the day tomorrow. I'm aiming to host a mentor social next week, so I just want to have that feedback before then. It will likely be before Senate to ensure the availability of as many of you as possible. As always, please don't hesitate to let me know if you have any questions or need anything. Thank you.
Gumrov.
Yeah, so now that they're kind of all in their different branches like SLC and ELC, do they still like coordinate with each other during the semester now that they're in their different groups? Like that's it until the banquet?
Yeah, so pretty much part of SGLC, they're also in their own like committees. So those committees will still be going on, and the membership should pretty much stay the same unless, you know, like with any other committee, like someone isn't available to make it. But pretty much that is how they're still meeting together. Otherwise, there's no like overall SGLC meetings happening anymore. It's just the councils.
Got you.
So you're saying you'd like the form to be filled out by end of tomorrow. When can we expect the like the pairings to get posted?
Yeah, so pretty much the form is just for me to get an idea of how many people are interested in being a mentor. Pretty much I'll make assignments after that social, because that social is going to allow the SLCers to get an idea of who they want to get connected with, who might be a best fit for them. They'll be able to rank everyone, accordingly, and then I'll go from there.
Any further questions? Lipner.
How have responses been on the mentor interest form?
Last time I checked, I had 17, so pretty good, but we do have 32 members. So as many people that want to fill it out as possible, please do that. I won't be considering anyone else outside that form.
All right. Any further questions? Tell us. Go ahead.
Just a quick question. So if you don't get 30 mentors, will some mentors have 2 mentees?
So that's a good question. I think it will just ultimately be what I decide once I get the feedback from the social. But if I'm really in a pinch, I'll probably just rely on individuals from leadership that are able to or willing if I need to. But I'd just like to see y'all be interested on your own. I don't want to force you guys, so fill it out.
Lipner.
Sorry, I know you posted it on the last meeting's minutes, but can you put that link also onto this meeting's minutes so we can have access to that?
Of course.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I think there's some SLCers in the back if they want to raise their hands and get a shout out. Hey guys, thanks for coming. Got some new faces. Okay. Any further questions for Aile Okuda? All right, seeing none. External Legislative Assistant Report, ELA Richmond, none. Senate President Pro Tempore Report, Pro Tem Reset.
Hello, everyone. I am meeting with Club Creole and Net Creole tomorrow to talk them through the fiscal procedure. It'll be nice to see more cultural RSLs up here in our meetings for fiscal bills. I had meetings for the DLEG, and they'll wrap up next week since I had to cancel a lot of them this week since I was sick for the first half. I had a meeting with Lisa Lazo today, and we have fun events planned for you all that she's going to share very soon. I'm also currently working on the efficiency / transparency of my office for fiscal bills and legislation, working on possibly making a system where you'll be able to see everything for fiscal bills, kind of very similar to the CRT and FAO tracker as well. So a lot of that's just transparent. Also probably trying to see and work with Brody or anyone who, also Speaker Pullman, on how to get those on the website to maybe do highlights of RSLs and what they do. I know CRT was working on that last session and possibly towards the beginning of the session, so I definitely want to see that come to fruition. That's all for me.
Any questions for the Pro Tempore? All right, seeing none. Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs, vacant. Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations Report, Lisa Lazo.
Hi again. We have a bunch of upcoming events, as Pro Tempore just mentioned. I'm going to go with the first two that are the closest, and those are the more that are a little bit more like, I guess, legit is the word that I would use. First is going to be our January event. It's game night. Cute. We're going to be playing like a Kahoot Guess Who. So I'll be sending out a form about some fun facts about you guys if you plan on participating. We're going to be doing that, like, I guess, me-sized Jenga. It's just like the really big Jenga, me-sized. We're also going to be doing Vote Out, which is like Quiplash. But if you've ever played Quiplash from Jackbox, it's a little bit more PG, and it's also free. We'll also be having a couple other games, maybe some snacks, who knows. So I'd really love it if you guys would be able to come. It's going to be on Friday, January 31st at 5 p.m. in the SG office. I don't have a time that ends, so if you guys just need to dip. We also have a Valentine's event that's in the works. I'm going to drop a cute little flyer, but this isn't really set in stone yet. Obviously, I'm not going to do anything on actual Valentine's Day. I know you guys have your booze, so spend the time with them. Do not work-life balance. But basically what we're going to be doing is sweets, some little treats. We have gummies and candies. I know that not everybody's a fan of either or. And then we're also going to be having like little cards, so you can make your own Valentine, and you can either make your own Valentine for like your actual partner, or you can make it to somebody in student government, whatever you want. They're going to be really cutie patootie. And then soccer is wrapping up. Our last game is going to be next week, and then we might have postseasons. Season has been going great, so I can't promise that. Andrea is an incredible goalie, though, so give it up for her. She's awesome at it. Fill out this form, though, for spring IMs. I know we have, I think it's 3v3 basketball
4v4, flag football, softball, and pickleball. If anybody knows how to play pickleball, I don't. So, and also here's a pick from Tuesday's game. Chair Courts. I don't know where they went, but Chair Courts was the MVP, and she is the #1 striker. I did not write that. Not that Chair Courts. And that's it from me.
Oh gosh. Varela, Vasquez, Green.
Just to add on to like the sports available, there is field hockey available too. If we have some big field hockey players, don't discriminate.
Vasquez.
Shout out to Chair Kringle. He's never played soccer in his life, and he played and did a header, which was amazing. So I think shout out to Chair Kringle, not me.
You might be concussed if you didn't do it right though. Green.
So the game night that you mentioned, that's separate from the D&D night, correct?
Yes, 100%. I don't think Chair Hamida set up dates for that yet, so hopefully just don't schedule it for Friday, January 31st.
Lipner.
First off, great job on the flyers. They're both really, really cute. Second off, as far as game nights and the Valentine's Day event go, is your intention for them to be just for like senators who are actively engaged, or also for like SLCers or other members who are like interested?
Yeah, SLCers are also welcome. Unfortunately, a lot of like the members of Exec and Social that were here, they're also invited. As you may know, our non-senator but Senate mascot Antonia is also invited to these. So it really is just about building the Senate bond and making everybody, get to know each other. I know some of us are graduating, so it's really going to be nice to have that last little moment of like, this was our Senate, this was the 56th Senate. That's how everybody gets to know each other.
Okay. Any further questions, Colazo?
I have a motion.
Okay.
And I motion to move to confirmations before seeing old business.
Okay. There's been a motion to move to confirmations before we see old business. Are there any objections? And no more questions for Deeser and Lazo. Okay. All right. We're now in confirmations. All right. First up, we have Jessica Vitarelli for Election Commission seat number 7. Okay. There a motion for 5, 10, 10. Any objections? Seeing none, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Jessica Vitarelli. I'm a senior majoring in legal studies. I'm the current assistant student director for Volunteer UCF. I'm also an intern for the Ninth Circuit Court Public Defender's Office. Last semester, I completed a fellowship with Campus Vote Project, and I also worked with Knights Vote. I also volunteer with the Orlando Legal Aid Society. I want this position because I think it's an amazing opportunity to further advance my leadership skills. This is my last semester on campus before I graduate, and I really want to use this semester to do something meaningful on campus, and I feel like this position is the perfect opportunity for that. Some of the ideas I have for the Election Commission include hosting an open house event where students can come into the student government office and learn about the election and the candidates running. This is something we did for Volunteer UCF last semester, and it was really successful. We had about 100 students come in, and we were able to educate a lot of people about our program. Another idea I have is sending out a newsletter to the student body with information about elections and candidates that are running. This is something I did for Knights Vote last semester, and I found it to be really helpful. Another idea I have is to create a feedback form so students can give feedback about elections so that we can improve them in the future. Additionally, last semester, Knights Vote and Student Government created a student voter guide for the presidential election. So I was thinking I could do something similar for the Election Commission.
All right. Now line for questioning. Are there any questions? Okay. I'll go Grumrob, Thos, Lipner.
Yeah, so I just wanted to ask, what made you decide to run now as opposed to like at the beginning of the year? Because I know you said you were graduating soon.
I actually did apply in the fall semester, and I had the interview close to the end of the semester, so that is why I'm joining in now and not earlier in the semester.
Thoughts? Okay. Lipner. Okay. Colazo.
When did you submit your application to be election commissioner?
I believe it was November.
Early, like what time frame in November? Early November, mid-November?
I believe it was early November.
Okay, thank you.
Metellus.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. Okay, I'll go. Andre looks excited. We'll do Vasquez. I'm going by college. Reed, Metellus.
Hi. So some of you might recognize Jessica. She worked a lot with us with GAP when we were going through election stuff because she was involved with Knight's Vote along with me. And I could not speak more highly of her for this position. She taught me a lot through her work at Volunteer UCF. So I'm sure she's going to bring a lot of the knowledge that she has from there to here. So I encourage everyone here to vote in her favor.
I think I did Reed, yeah.
I believe this is such an incredible candidate. I mean, just looking at your resume alone, it is so amazing. And I can tell that this candidate is such a driven and hardworking person, student, volunteer, works very well with the community. And I think they would be a great addition. So I'll be voting yes.
Tell us.
I'll be voting in favor of this candidate. I love the experience that she has. She's very involved at UCF. And I also love her initiative ideas and the way she wants to use her experience at Knight's Vote towards the election commission. And also I see that she's from West Orlando. Shout out West Orlando. So I highly encourage you guys to vote in favor of this candidate.
Claudio.
Move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 39 to 0 to 1, Jessica Vitarelli is confirmed for election commission seat number 7. Congratulations.
Thank you.
She did work with GAP a lot. I was like, I know her from somewhere. Familiar. Okay. Next up, we have Danishka Morissette for College of Undergraduate Studies, seat number 2. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
I hate my full name, so if you see it, never say it again. It's just Danny. But otherwise, I don't have much to say other than I am switching my major. I use questioning.
Perfect. All right. Okay. Whose hand? Okay, I'll do Benwick. Sorry, I'm doing people who haven't talked a lot. Benwick. Okay, Courts, and then Vinesh.
Sorry if this is kind of early, but move to debate.
Did you have a question? Okay. There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Okay. Okay, now I'll do Vinesh, Metellus, DeCara.
Move to vote. I withdraw.
Okay. Colazo? Or, well, it looks like I'm going to go with Lipner because it looks like you're wanting to speak.
It's been a long time coming to have another person in the College of Undergraduate Studies. I've been a solo horse in this race, so it's good to see someone else stepping in, especially someone as competent as our pro temp. So very excited to have her join me. I urge you all to vote in favor, as I'm sure you guys are already planning to do so. And with that, I end my speech.
Which one of you wants to do it? Okay, DeCara.
No, I have a piece of debate.
Oh my God.
Okay. Colazo.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, if you didn't notice, so remember that bill I submitted, right? That would allow a senator to switch easily into another seat. Danny's the first one to do it. So hopefully, as you can see, I think it's more effective. All President Lister did was appoint the pro tempore, and then we immediately saw her confirmation. I thought it was like a hassle for that same senator to just go back to A&A, back to Senate, when they've already been here. So there was no point to go back through that process. But I'm glad to see that it's successful. So, and with that,
DeCara.
Motion to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 39 to 1 to 1, Denise Morissette is confirmed for College of Undergraduate Seats number 2. Congratulations. All right, and with that, is there a motion to move to old business? Any objections? You object?
I had a really quick question directed to the FAO chair. If we don't see Fiscal Bill 5640 tonight, would it have any issues being within timeline? I only ask because I expect old business to take up a very significant portion of our time.
Go for it.
Yes, it will be out of timeline if we don't see it on second reading tonight.
All right. May I motion to see the bill now?
We can. Yeah, we'll go ahead and remand. Is there a motion to move to fiscal legislation? Any objections? Seeing none, Fiscal Bill 5641, funding for 6 members of criminal justice graduate student association to travel to the Academy of Criminal Justice Sciences in Denver, Colorado from March 11, 2025 to March 15, 2025. Vice Chair Varela, I hereby remand to CRT. Fiscal Bill 5642, funding for 9 members of MedLife to travel on service learning trip in Tamarindo, Costa Rica from March 15th to March 23rd, 2025. Senator Weiderberg, I hereby remand to CRT. Fiscal Bill 5643, funding for 12 members of future theme park leaders of America to travel to the FTPLA Europe Executive Management Show Week in Europe, France, Germany, Netherlands from April 1st, 2025 to April 12th, 2025. Senator Rubin, I hereby remand to CRT. Fiscal Bill 5644, funding for 14 members of Student Nurses Association, Orlando to travel to the National Student Nurses Association 73rd Annual Convention in Seattle, Washington from April 8th, 2025 to April 13th, 2025. Senator Green, I hereby remand to CRT. Fiscal Bill 5645, funding for 15 members of Club on Security and Intelligence to travel to the COSI at the Capitol 2025 in Washington, D.C. from March 31st, 2025 to April 4th, 2025. Pro Temp Morissette, I hereby remand to CRT. Notice of legislation on third reading, none. Notice of legislation on second reading, Fiscal Bill 5640, funding for Air Force ROTC to host the Spring 2025 dining out in the Pegasus Ballroom on March 29, 2025. Chair Kaufman.
I yield to the RSO.
All right.
Hey guys. All right. So what this event is basically every single year we have a mandatory training event that basically requires us to have a formal military dining event, basically to train us on military customs and courtesies when it comes to these sort of formal dining procedures. What this is, we do this every year. This year, we've decided to open it up also as well to UCF students, alumni, and special visitors. We already have a confirmed 2-star general coming. If you know military, that's huge. He's an alumni of UCF, so that's also really fun. But basically, what we're asking for is just some help paying for the food. It's going to be through UCF Catering here at the Pegasus Ballroom. Once again, it's open to anyone who is willing to come and who we have space for. Basically, the dining contract is about $21,100, and also Pegasus Ballroom does have a stage set up, as we will have some speaking events and some special events that Air Force traditions called the Grog. If you know what it is, you know. If not, I'll leave it for not in the Senate chambers. But yeah, so that's basically what it is, and I'll yield to questioning.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Gaudio.
How'd you guys manage to get a 2-star general to come?
He was an alumni that we've been trying to get back here for a while, but basically all of our alumni get an email. We say, hey guys, come back for this dining event. And he was free that week. So he decided to come and take a visit.
Lipner,
2, if I may.
go ahead.
First off, how was this dining service contract ascertained? Do you already have like a full idea of like what food will be served and how much it'll all cost?
Yeah, basically, yeah. So we've already reached out to dining services and gotten their quote. Basically, it's going to be salad, a meal, a dessert, beverages, water, and I think tea. And I think, yeah, there's going to be like a little small social hour beforehand. So there'll be tiny plates. I think it's only like $600 of the contract. So.
And then the follow-up?
Oh, go for it.
Do you know if that tea will be fair trade certified? And if not, can you make it fair trade certified? I know we have options through catering.
I don't know, but if that is an option, my catering contract, I will note that and I will try and make it fair trade certified.
Green.
Quick question. Do seniors traditionally add to the grog?
So basically the grog works every flight. So right now there's 7 flights. So there's gonna be 7 different grog ingredients. And generally the seniors do all have to take a dip. So, right, swig.
Do you know what you're adding to it? You don't have to say it. But do you
I
know?
actually, I don't have a flight. I'm part of the staff. So I actually don't get a choice, sadly.
Gotcha.
Colazzo.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. I'll do Gaudio, Colazzo.
I mean, AFROTC are great. They're wonderful. They're awesome. I know a few of them. They're pretty good guys, except for one of them. And he is not in the room with us.
Different guy.
And yeah, so this is a wonderful little show that they put on. So we should vote in favor.
And then I said Colazzo.
Yep, I'll be voting in favor. I will be in attendance to this as in my capacity as caucus chair. Also, not to brag, but I had the chief master sergeant of the Space Force at mine. So, and that was like a year after the Space Force was created. So, and let me tell you, the man is humble. So, anyways, with that, I move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 37 to 0 to 2, Fiscal Bill 5640 passes on second reading. Okay, Wanjin.
Present and voting.
Senator Wanjin, present and voting, so noted at 8:28 p.m. All right, and then it's good on second, Kaufman. Okay. And with that, is there a motion to move back to old business? Any objections? All right, old business. Let me get there. Motion of no confidence. I yield the chair to Pro Temp Morissette, and I'm going to awkwardly get my charger from the ground over here.
I yield the chair to LJR Chair Courts. Gumarov and then Hamid.
I just wanted to request if maybe Brody can give us like kind of like a rundown of how this works, any like rules, anything, because we have no idea what we're doing here.
Okay. Well, I had a little spiel anyway. So if anybody has any questions after this, feel free to ask them. But I just wanted to give a few reminders before this begins. You will maintain a level of respect for each other and maintain decorum. That means no head shaking, no making unsavory faces, and no being on your phone. I know that this is a really big deal, but you guys will stay respectful. And you will speak using titles. So for example, you're gonna say Senator blank or Chair blank, however so be it. The issuer, the issued and the issuer are both given 10 minutes to speak, and then we will go into a period of questioning followed by a period of debate. The statutes don't really give like a time limit for those, so I'm not going to make a motion. And then all evidence that is seen tonight has already been approved by the student government advisor. The motion that we are debating pertains to whether or not you as the Senate body are confident in the leadership abilities of the Senate president. Keep all questioning and debate relevant and germane. And when you debate, make sure you direct it towards me. You are not looking at anybody else. You are not speaking out of turn. You're not using their names. Oh my gosh, sorry guys. You are debating towards me. This is a lot of eyes. Okay, are there any other questions? Hamid and then, Metellus, then Hamid.
Where exactly will evidence pieces be posted, like in the Teams or on the agenda?
Brody?
Materials that are referenced will be in the Teams, but I'll link them on the agenda as well.
Thank you.
Same question.
All right, anything else from anybody? Okay, seeing nothing, give me just... Oh, sorry guys. Alcuda and then Colazo.
I was just going to ask, what will the reading process look like for the evidence materials?
If somebody would like to make a motion for reading time, that will be seen, but speeches first. Colazo?
So you said in regards to the procedure that speeches are 10 minutes, but when it comes to questioning and debate, there's no specific allotted time. So we as a Senate body would have to motion for an allotted time if we wanted to for questioning and debate.
If you want to make a motion, you can. I was just saying that I'm not motioning for anything for that. So does anybody wish to make a motion for an allotted time period? Pullman?
Motion for unlimited questioning and limited debate.
There's been a motion for unlimited questioning, unlimited debate. Any objections? Seeing none. So it goes the issuer first. So Chair Carrigal, you have 10 minutes whenever you're ready.
Cool. All right. Good evening, Senate. To preface, this speech was written with the help of those who signed the memorandum to the Senate President. This speech is not meant to give the whole picture. It was created to support the documentation provided to you all as a time of events condensed into a 10-minute speech. Once again, while I understand the severity of a vote of no confidence, it was not made by myself and the members of leadership who signed the memorandum lightly. As it stands, the Senate President displayed a consistent pattern of behaviors that has affected not only the efficiency of this body, but also the ability of this body to trust each other, rely on each other, and most importantly, respect each other. The challenges that have plagued this Senate session have significantly impacted much of the leadership and have repeatedly discussed with little to no action from the Senate President. Chief among those concerns is the lack of support from the Senate President for those who have expressed frustrations about Senate issues. As far back as the summer semester, many discussions were held behind closed doors that affected caucuses. No input from caucus leadership was received, and no communication was given to the caucus leadership about these changes. Similarly, when members of caucus leadership, such as Chair Colazo and SBA Chair Hamid, attempted to engage in communication with branch leadership via emails and team calls, they were often turned down, resulting in the last caucus-wide call being held on August 2nd, 2024. Throughout the past 2 semesters, many members of the leadership questioned whether there would be merchandise ordered for the branch and when updates to the website would be made. While the merch issue, to the Senate President's credit, has been accomplished recently, it is frustrating to have only gotten merch 8 months into the session and after requesting her resignation. It is frustrating for Ayla Al-Quda to have her efforts in designing merchandise so early on in the session go to waste. It is frustrating for SBA Chair Hamid to have monthly asked the Senate President about merchandise for tabling and not to have had any meaningful conversations or answers as to why there was no merch. The website delays are an issue that is still yet to be resolved. I personally waited months and months and reminded the Senate president for weeks on numerous occasions to see no progress made. Rosters are still incorrect for 8 months, no headshots are to be seen, and incorrect materials are being distributed to our students. 8 months is an unacceptable timeline after being reminded constantly by the people it affects most. The Senate president has exhibited a pattern of behavior that showcases a sense of superiority, frequently putting their own needs before those of the student Senate body, resulting in moments of harassment and artificial time sensitivity that they do not extend to other senators' issues. On November 15th, following the events of the Senate executive meeting held on November 14th, the Senate president resorted to repeatedly interrupting the Knights Give for Good event hosted and worked on by multiple members of the Senate to discuss the events of the night prior. As a reminder, this is an event that Chair Vasquez, along with other members of SBA, created to raise record-breaking amounts of money, donation, and brand recognition, and it served as a partner event to the previous Give Some, Get Some event. However, the Senate president did not participate at any level in its inception, did not provide any financial means for the event to succeed, and did not offer any measure of physical or emotional support to Chair Vasquez. The discussions the Senate president harassingly insisted on having impeded the ability of members to speak with RSOs or manage their tables, pulled them away from their event, and even caused 2 individuals of the Senate to become deeply upset at an event that they worked dutifully on without support from the Senate president. On November 19th, after Ayla Alcota had sent an email discussing her grievances with the Senate leadership, the Senate president sent the ILA a barrage of text messages and attempted to encourage or coerce her out of her committee obligations. Finally, on November 21st, after being given the professional courtesy of yet another discussion on Senate grievances, the Senate president resorted to bombarding both those on the memorandum and those close to them by following them on campus, texting, and calling them during important events, labs, and classes, as well as pulling them from their committees to discuss what was deemed more important by them, which can be seen in the respective documents and testimonials. Throughout the session, the Senate president repeatedly failed to demonstrate the transparency, accountability, and advocacy expected of a student government representative, particularly concerning the legislative branch. The most pressing concern is the Senate president's tendency to hold one-on-one meetings in person, which has repeatedly led to he said, she said situations, including the incident during the Senate executive meeting on November 21st. Similarly, the Senate president has at many points had meetings with branch leadership where decisions for the Senate body were then not shared with us. Early on in the session, this took the form of the Senate president not communicating with caucus leadership about new caucus policies. Later on, this developed into the Senate president not discussing issues surrounding Internal Bill 5612 communicated to them by the executive branch with Chair DeCara, as well as the Senate president not alerting them, Chair DeCara, to the judicial injunction that then followed. Another decision that excluded and disregarded both students and senators was the Senate president's failure to inform them whose ASFC fees were used for the event, that they were not permitted to participate in the annual downtown day, despite being aware of this exclusion. Many members of the Senate discovered the event was even occurring via social media. During the Senate executive meeting following the downtown day on November 14th, members of Senate leadership sought answers from the Senate president, our branch head and advocate in these branch head meetings. As can be seen in those meeting minutes, the questions were promptly shut down and not further elaborated. Lastly, the Senate president has exhibited an immense issue with tone and professionalism, which solidified our decision to raise a vote of no confidence. As a body, we elect the Senate president into their position on the grounds that they respect us, our work, and our best interest. It is entirely unacceptable for anyone in this body, much less the Senate president, to make another individual feel inferior, demean them, or create an environment of humiliation and unfulfillment. It is unacceptable that members of this body are made to feel as if gaslit by the actions and statements of the Senate president, who frequently puts members of their leadership in compromising situation or attempts to paint them as liars. As members of this body, and as outlined by Title II, there is a lack or absence of confidence in an officer of the Student Body Senate, and it is our duty to the student body, as well as our right, to provide a respectful and efficient Senate body. As mentioned by the Senate President Pullman at the November 14th Senate meeting, quote, if that work isn't getting done, then hold the Senate President accountable. I yield.
Okay, Senate President Pullman, you have 10 minutes whenever you're ready.
All right. For those, I'm going to be talking fast, so please try to stay with me. For those newer here, I joined the Student Government Leadership Council in 2022, which is essentially an internship program. I initially focused on the executive branch, but later ran for Senate, drawn to the broader advocacy. I became the internal legislative assistant in spring of 2023, and this role solidified my passion for student government. Witnessing the growth in my peers throughout the years has been one of my highlights of my journey here. These past 8 months of serving as the Senate president have challenged me in many ways, more than one, and standing here before you tonight in this manner is honestly quite surreal. I understand the severity and seriousness of the claims being made and the impact this has on the body. While I'm saddened by this path taken by a few members of Senate leadership and the stress and confusion this has caused, I have to defend my term as your Senate president and provide pivotal details that more precisely paint the picture of the events that have unfolded. To jump right into it, I will begin by giving context. Pro Temp Morset notified me around noon on the day of the last Senate meeting of the fall semester, November 21st, that a few members of Senate leadership planned to make a motion of no confidence. At the meeting later that night, I was led to believe that she was not involved and then was given a list of names of the individuals, those who you see in the document. This news was jarring to me, and I spent the rest of the day attempting to contact the individuals, but ultimately failed as I struggled to find a straight answer and was told by those that I was able to get into contact with was that they didn't know what was going on. Pro Temp Morset later told me the day that their plan was to hold a no confidence vote, go through the process, and if the motion were to pass, elect a new speaker all in one meeting, which would have involved suspending the statute that explains that after the motion is made, the actual no confidence process is done at the next meeting. For those who don't know, a body cannot suspend a bylaw that does not provide for its own suspension, which means that this action would have been out of bounds of the statutes. While I was able to have brief conversations with these senators prior to Senate Executive Committee, when asked why no one ever came to me, a specific response that I received was, quote, "It was through passive comments and legislation." I was also told whenever I saw this group in a room with the door closed, that's what they were talking about. Now that the concerns came to light, I brought them up at our Senate Exec Committee meeting. While the motion was not made that night, I received an email the next day requesting my resignation. After Thanksgiving break, I reached out twice to try to meet with these individuals, as my main goal was to effectively and efficiently resolve any issue in the best interest of the body. I did not receive any responses. However, about a week later, Chair Hamid agreed to speak to me after ASFC budget hearings with our advisor, Brody, in attendance. While it was my goal to find a path to move forward within that meeting, it ultimately led to no resolution, as it became clear that we had different goals within that conversation and fundamentally disagreed on events that happened. While that meeting wasn't hostile by any means, Chair Hamid urged me to resign with the notion that this would embarrass me, ruin my reputation. He also told me that the charge paper, the student newspaper, would get wind of this, write a story, and my name would be tied to this with one Google search and potentially damage my future career. That leads us here to today, our second meeting in the last semester of the session in the middle of a no confidence vote. I'll begin by drawing further context to some of the concerns raised. I can confirm that the Senate operations budget has been used and allocated throughout the 8 months of my term with items such as Senate polos, name tags, slime ingredients for an outreach event, food for a fall retreat, and other miscellaneous items. I can understand the frustration surrounding the delay in branch merchandise and worked over the break to provide these items, as I understand the importance that these items have when it comes to tabling and outreach. The caucuses have been a learning curve for everyone involved and is something that I'm committed to rebuilding. As the senator from the last session who introduced the Title 14 legislation, I recognize their impact and the work that they've done. After talking to Ayala Al-Quda about conversations had surrounding the caucuses, I specifically reached out to Pro Temp Morset and Chair Hamid back in October, letting them know with a direct quote that caucus concerns were valid and to please direct people my way with any concerns that might come about. I was led to believe after reaching out that they hadn't heard anything, and for the rest of the semester, I did not hear anything from caucus chairs, and therefore assumed that these concerns died down. I'm constantly in the office and assume that anyone with issues at hand would come to me. Looking back, could communication have been more proactive on my end? 1,000%. This is a lesson I have learned and will carry on with me this semester. Again, their oversight has been a learning experience and will continue to be a conversation. Regardless of communication issues, it's evident that the caucuses had a successful semester. And to just name a few things, the Queer Business Showcase, Black Business Showcase, 9/11 Vigil, not to mention the advocacy work that doesn't involve programming done by the Inter-Campus and Transfer Caucus, Sustainability Caucus, and Disability Caucus. These only scratch the surface. I reached out to caucus chairs to set up meetings last week, and I'm hoping to get those in the books once I receive responses. I'm excited to hear about this semester's plans and goals. Next, I notified Pro Temp Morset via text prior to Internal Bill 5612 being seen on third reading that the bill would be vetoed by President Lister, as he and Vice President Brawley gave me a heads up. I was under the impression, after verbally communicating with her, that she would relay that information to Chair DeCara. I was under this impression as we saw the legislation that night, and also balanced the idea that this body is autonomous in their decision-making, and if they choose to pass the legislation, that's their choice and their right, regardless of what outside opinion is. If clear communication regarding this is something that needs to be explored in the future, we can absolutely work on that. Finally, I want to take a moment to address some claims made about my character and provide context to paint the full picture. On November 14th, we had a contentious Senate Executive Committee meeting,
5 minutes remaining.
which can be seen by the minutes. Due to certain comments made, I went on to have a heated conversation with 2 members of Senate leadership in my office, in which I expressed how, as someone in a supervisor role, I felt disrespected and didn't wish to be spoken to in that manner. This single conversation effectively solved no issue at all, left us all upset. The next day, I approached both of them with the intention of having a more level-headed conversation and gave space to reach common ground, which in my eyes was accomplished. To put it simply, we had a disagreement that bounced back with a common goal and mutual respect for each other. Let it be known that the 2 members of Senate leadership in question did not sign the memorandum requesting my resignation. Another situation that deserves to be addressed is a conversation I had with Ayala Alcuda, in which the notion of me saying I respond to no one was brought up. After receiving an email from the ILA addressing concerns, I called her into my office so we could talk about it more intimately and reach an understanding. In an effort to explain my relationship with the advisors and give an overall general idea, I wanted to explain how their role is to advise, not necessarily police what I do or don't do. In that conversation, I will candidly admit it was a poor choice of words and inaccurately depicts how I feel within my position and how I feel about my relationship with you all. The impact of those words does not align with the intention that I had while saying them. I will add, during that meeting, I expressed to the ILA that I was proud of her, and the SLC numbers did not define her work ethic. In order to prevent these communication errors in the future, I've implemented a virtual anonymous Dropbox. I plan to give more in-depth announcements during our meetings to keep you in the loop about what I'm doing and provide branch head meeting notes. I plan to do bi-weekly check-ins with Senate leadership beginning next week and plan on talking to caucus leadership in meetings that hopefully be scheduled next week and how I can serve them in my position. Furthermore, I will get their input on the frequency of our meetings and what makes sense for them as well. These are just to name a few, and I'm open to more suggestions. Since day 1 of my election, I've been humbled to serve in this position and I've never forgotten the values and people that have led me here. This is my 3rd and final year in student government, as well as my last semester here at UCF. I've been Senate President for about 8 months and have 3 left to go. I'm committed to solving and addressing the issues brought on and want to be part of the solution. Though the past 8 weeks have been extremely difficult to navigate and have been a heavy weight on my shoulders, I cannot, in good conscience, leave this body without being heard. With 80% of our budget being allocated to students, the spread of outreach to other campuses, and the strengthened university administration ties, this session has been nothing short of successful. I'm evolving as a person and a leader right beside each of you, and I pledge to continue to do so in these next 4 months. I'm extremely proud of this session and the work that's been done, and I stand here with complete confidence in myself and my abilities, as well as the body, to rise above and look back at this session and have immense pride in the work that's been done. Let's finish strong in these last 3 months.
Okay, we are now in a period of questioning unless somebody wanted to make the motion for reading time. Colazo?
Actually, I'd like to motion for 10 minutes of reading time. I just don't think all senators were reviewing the evidence at the same time that the speakers were speaking.
Okay, there's been a motion for 10 minutes of reading time. Any objections? Seeing none, we have 10 minutes. Metellus?
Can I ask if we get 5-minute and 2-minute warnings?
5 minutes remaining. One minute remaining. All right, we are now in a period of questioning. Before you ask any questions, make sure that you specify who your question is directed towards. I will go Hamid, Hall, Shen.
May I direct 2 questions to Chair Vasquez?
You may.
Also, for context, I wrote them on my phone before Chair Court said I couldn't be on my phone. Is that all right if I read them from my phone?
Yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure. Hello. Can you describe any assistance provided by the Senate President for GAP/SBA tabling during the fall semester?
Can you repeat that? Sorry. You're all good. Can you describe any assistance provided by the Senate President for GAP/SBA tabling during the fall semester?
In terms of GAP, for tabling specifically, I would say, I mean, we had our monthly chair meetings, and we discussed like our plans for tabling. And then I remember when creating the voter guides and all the materials that I had to hand out to students, I made sure that they were approved by the Senate President.
Thank you. My second question, can you go into detail about the events leading up to Downtown Day and after the Senate Executive Meeting on November 14th to the end of day November 15th, the day of Knights Give for Good, and your experience with the Senate President on those days?
In terms of Downtown Day, I was invited to attend the event, and I was told about it, I would say, about a month before the trip was planned to happen. I declined attending the event for whatever reason. I wanted to not attend. And I did keep it to myself that I was invited, and I was made aware that I was the only one invited, and I was directly invited by the GAC. But I did decline attending. And then what was the rest of your question? I'm sorry.
I'll just say the full thing again. Can you go into detail about the events leading up to Downtown Day and after the Senate Executive Meeting on November 14th to the end of day November 15th and your experience with the Senate President on those days?
So in terms of the Senate Exec Meeting following Downtown Day, I remember expressing to the Senate President that any of the invitations and the planning and coordinating of the event was not under her jurisdiction at all. So I knew beforehand that any of the invitations wasn't her responsibility to hand out or in her power because she did not plan the event. I did, however, remember asking her to advocate for other students to be able to go to the GAC, and her like the branch heads that are her what's the word? I'm blanking. What is it? Counterparts, that's the one. But I knew that going into the Senate Executive Meeting, and that was her answer for a lot of the questions that people were asking. But even though a lot of the questions that people were asking were directed at her, it doesn't necessarily mean they were meant for her, if that makes sense. Because obviously she didn't have all the answers for it. I remember I didn't really speak much except for providing 2 points of clarification, and just, I don't know, I think I said something under my breath at that meeting, and because I was sitting directly next to the Senate President during that meeting, and I remember just the comment that I had made that I don't even remember what I said had been taken kind of personally. I don't even remember. And then I remember going back into the office and then kind of continuing the conversation because I felt a little bit like of aggression towards myself after that meeting that I totally found unexpected, because again, I don't even remember what I had said to receive that kind of attitude. So then we started talking about it in front of the table, and then it kind of got into a heated discussion, which we then moved into the Senate President's office, and that also turned into a heated discussion of just trying to clarify the point that even though a lot of the questions that had been asked weren't necessarily meant for her, but it was just to make a point that these questions are what people are wondering, even though she did not have all the answers to them. And then I after having that discussion in the office, I remember just, it wasn't a great discussion, I would say. The Senate President reminded myself and the other senator that was involved of having to watch our tone and decorum and being
respectful, which I did apologize for if it had been taken that way. And then after that meeting, we had to go through Senate and everything, and I maintained my demeanor. And then I remember the day after was my big event, which I had been on campus since like 7 a.m. to start getting ready and like printing everything out, whatever I needed. And kind of not really thinking about anything else that had happened like the night before, because that wasn't really my priority. And then I remember being warned that the Senate president was going to want to talk to me about what had happened the night before. So I kind of had that mentally prepared, and I was like, that's not really my priority right now. I don't have time right now. Everyone's asking me for help, questions, because I'm the one who coordinated it. So a lot of the details I'm the one that knows about, and all the people that I invited, all the RSOs, they know my name and my contact. So they were asking me for help. So I remember being pulled aside and being asked when I was going to have time. And I said, I don't have time right now, because obviously. And then I got a little, emotional over it, because I was just really overwhelmed and overstimulated, because again, just a lot was happening, and I was running my event, and I had to remove myself because I didn't want to be seen like that in front of all the people that were counting on me at the event. So then I did remove myself, washed my face with water, did all that, calmed down, and was able to pick up where I was. And then I remember putting away all the tents. And if you've seen me carry a tent, you've seen me carry a tent, which is, kind of sick. Anyway, I was exhausted by the end of the night, and, we wanted to count how many bags we had, how much money we had raised and collected through all of our platforms. But the Senate president really found it important to speak to me. So I had to remove myself and make some other people wait for me to get out of that to do that. And I will be honest, like, the Senate president did apologize to me for their actions. And but again, I was exhausted. So I kind of just wanted to get out of there and go home and eat, because I hadn't eaten that day. So I think that's that.
Hall?
Question or two for Senator Carringol, if I may.
You may.
So, given Speaker Pullman's speech, that does make mention of the fact that she was told by Pro Temp Morissette on the day of the last Senate meeting that the original intentionality was to do the no confidence, remove them, and have speaker elections. And that I can further attest that one of the signatories during recess came and asked me about the logistics of doing that. Why was that the initial plan when the memorandum was sent out the next day to the rest of Senate? Or in this case, to the speaker?
As that happens in that meeting, I'm going to go ahead and yield to that question to Chair Colazzo.
I will say that, the members of the Senate Executive Committee were, going through all the decisions, because I myself found myself in a similar situation last year. And I was trying to guide the Senate exec members into the best course of action, right? There is the option of censure, there's the option of non-compliance, and there's the option of a vote of no confidence. And of course, looking through the Senate rules, there was something in there that said if something that made a Senate meeting not a regularly scheduled Senate meeting, something along those lines. And I myself found myself, and some Senate exec members thought that that could be a possible course of action, that that the vote of no confidence could be called, and then and the hearing would happen on the same day. I do disagree with this, with the sentiment that a speaker election will be held. That was not our intention at all. In addition to that, I am the senator who asked Senator Hall the procedures. As a former justice myself, I'm very familiar with statutes. So, and I know that Senator Hall was a former Senate president himself. I also know that Senate President Hall did a vote of no confidence too. So I wanted to gain insight and the best way to proceed. So upon, having counsel and having advice from him, I told the Senate exec members that the best course of action would not to call the motion not to call the motion during this meeting and to call it when we come back, just because there's a lot of speculation. And we also wanted to provide the option, because we didn't afford it to the Senate President, to resign and give reasons as to why we wanted the Senate President to resign. And hopefully that answers Senator Hall's questions.
Okay, Shen, and then,
Follow.
sorry, go on.
Yeah, so I guess then to Senator Collazo, if I may. So that is confirmation that the original plan here was to remove them, or to make the motion and remove them, effectively blindsiding the chamber. But I guess then my question would be, how would that have logistically worked to make that motion, remove them, and then not have a speaker for the remainder of that meeting? Do you see where there's an ethical question there?
Correct. So that's why I seek advisement, because I knew myself that it just didn't seem right. There's statutes for a reason, and we have to follow them. So in, seeking advisement and knowing myself and coming from a position as, as an internal vice chair with two of the most internal committees, following the statutes, it's most important. So I advised the executive members that it was not the best course of action. They agreed. And to really answer the question, it's not logistically possible to hold that kind of vote of no confidence because our statutes don't allow it. Additionally, if for some miracle, statutes did allow for that to happen on the same day, the Senate President pro tempore could have taken the chair. However, the Senate President pro tempore signed the memorandum, therefore recusing herself from taking the chair, and therefore the chair could fall on any chairman or chairwoman in this chamber. However, of course, it was felt more appropriate that the LGR chair would chair, just because the individual deals with disciplinary actions.
Okay. Okay, the last one.
Back to Senator Carringall. So you just stated you were unaware of these conversations that were had that day. So I guess my question would be, getting a better depiction of how that day went and how certain members were aware of this idea of doing it all in one day, and other senators like yourself who signed on to it seem to not have been privy to those conversations. So more so, is there a reason that there was no consistency between the group of you?
I mean, not that there's no consistency. I mean, I personally just wasn't there that day. Nothing was communicated in group chats. It was all in person. As it was, I think it was during recess, is what you mentioned, is when these conversations happened. I mean, I wasn't there in person. I was working an event in Las Vegas. But in my mind, there was no miscommunication. Yes, we were trying to figure out what to do if we wanted to call it that, but we ended up deciding that, it wasn't the right move to call it then. We wanted the options open, of course. We wanted to know our options. We wanted to see all the options laid out, but we did not end up doing anything that meeting, if that answers your question.
Okay. Shen, and then Gaudio.
May I direct a question to the E&A chair?
Yes.
Yes. So first off, I'd just like to say, truly, like, outside of this, I am really sorry for your familial loss and the issues with your mother. Super sorry, like, genuinely, outside of this, I am very sorry about that. I'm just a little confused though, because at the prior meeting, I remember you specifically saying, I thought Allison was nice to everyone until I heard the stories. This testimonial just tells a different story of you also having recurring issues with her. It just seemed like last meeting you were kind of like appealing to us who were also all confused. And now I see you also had prior issues with her, like the other senators did.
I will say, I'm a person who keeps a lot of my personal issues to myself. I don't want to put that on anyone else. I was told that because when I had reached a moment where I felt low, I had spoken to a senator. And this is then when I had opened that door, which had led to all these things. And, I had given her the benefit of the doubt that things were going on. I would still have their back, even if I felt they didn't have mine. I was, they were elected. It's not my area to speak. I said that because it's just like I was caught off guard. I remember saying this in the past meeting, that I didn't know what was going on. until I was told. I didn't seek anything to cause an issue. It was solely off of a senator speaking to me, and then me as being respective to now my friends, that I wanted to hear them out and understand what was going on. And then when I voiced my concerns, it then conducted that into that pattern of this behavior. But everyone expresses their emotions and their feelings differently and their personal issues. That one of them dates back into September, and I kept it to myself. And then one of them is just recently, it just started, getting closer and closer. And then with the recent events, as given the timeline, it just started like compounding, like literally right next to each other, week after week after week. And then I had to speak to someone about it. I felt like it was members who had also seen that behavior that I'd also seen with as a mine, it says communication. So I was just simply reaching out. I say it wasn't stories. It was something it was as a sense that they were telling me their side. And so I was sitting there listening to them. I interpreted, they can, I'm a person who can take whatever they say to me, like not to heart. And if they want to, just like it distract me, I honestly don't take it. Like I don't have enough energy to care. But it is when it's starting to affect people who I highly respect within the Senate. So once it started getting to that, that's when I started, thinking that maybe the behavior exhibited was actually seen in other people who I highly respect. So if that does answer your question, if there's any follow-ups, let me know.
A question for the issuing party. So for the lack of updates on the website. So this is something I've taken a bit of note of myself, because not too long ago I was wanting to look through some of the voting records posted to the websites, and I was informed that the primary driver of why they haven't been posted was due to the leave that our advisor had taken, who we love so dearly. And in that the website itself is mostly managed by OSI. So I'm curious why it is believed that the responsibility of putting things on the website is the responsibility of the Senate president.
Yeah, so the website was a proposal initially ran by the Senate president that was then kind of transferred a little bit to the ILA to kind of get some consensus and some updates. That was then re-pushed back up to the Senate president to then implement those website updates. I know in the beginning of the year, as CRT chair and a lot of the other chairs of internal and external committees, fiscal committees, whatever, we were asked for updates to the website. We provided them in time to the ILA, and that was probably done in no earlier than the beginning of this fall semester. The advisor took the voting records that you're currently talking about. That kind of things are more handled by the advisor, so that would make sense. What I'm more referencing in the kind of the issues are the student information pages and the FAQ side of things, to where I have a bunch of students coming to me, and I bet you, because this is fiscal, so I bet you Chair Kaufman does as well, coming to them, asking them, hey, why are there 2020 to 2021 FAQs up? Now, have I had to go out of my way now to get them done through the advisors? Yes, I've tried to update my resources now on my own months later than it should have been done. But that's why we're pinning this, or that's why this has been an issue with the president, because of the fact that this was an initiative struck by her. She asked for those updates. She was then given those updates and never implemented them, as well as headshots as well. That was another website initiative she took on, and we have yet to see any headshots on the website.
Okay, I didn't say anybody else after that, right? Okay, so Gumarov, Chauhan, Alkuda. You were gonna add on? You may.
Yeah, essentially, Adam covered a lot of it. I know that my testimonial was really long. It covers a lot. It covers the entire year of my experiences, but it does touch on the committee and caucus updates to the website towards the beginning. So if you want to see specifics, I would suggest review that. But pretty much Adam did cover the majority of it. I just wanted to clarify that because I know we only had 10 minutes of reading time.
All right, it's going to go Gumarov, Chauhan, and then Colasso.
I'd like to direct a question to Pro Temp Morset.
You may.
So when I was looking through the evidence, a lot of the communication that I saw sort of depicted you as like a middleman for communication, whether committee chairs felt more comfortable talking to you, I'm not sure. But and also to the Speaker Pullman's sentiment that you were kind of her first point of contact between the issuing party as well. So I wanted to kind of ask you like how much of a role did you take as pro temp in facilitating and funneling kind of the communication between the two parties? Like if someone were to ask you a question about activities, were you almost always directing them to ask Allison or to, ask whoever was responsible?
Yeah, I would say in the situations that's a part of the situation I have right now, I did kind of direct them towards Allison most of the time because they were either about things that were within her purview that I didn't have any control over, like budget and merge. They were never in the purview of the Senate President pro tempore, so I have nothing with that. So I will always direct them towards her. Or if I'd be like, okay, I'll let her know, I'll follow up with this, and I'll try to get back to you as soon as possible. When it came to caucuses as well, I sit on a caucus, but I don't have any purview over caucuses. It was just branch heads during the time period. So I also brought that to her attention. As much as I heard about it, a lot of things I didn't hear about because there's a caucus leadership group chat I'm not a part of. They communicate amongst themselves, the caucus leaders, the caucus chairs and vice chairs, I'm not a part of. So anything I heard, I did bring to her, but I didn't hear much around that time period. I did hear sentiments that they weren't happy with certain things, the structure as well as the budget. And I did bring those up to her whenever we did have our one-on-ones or even like passive conversations, I did bring those up. But anything that was within her purview or her office, I did bring up to her directly. I didn't try to handle myself.
Chahan?
Could I direct a question to either Chair Courts or Brody, whoever can answer it?
Yes.
Okay, so there were 2 other levels before the vote of no confidence. Could you perhaps explain exactly what those are?
Okay, so whenever you're issuing a non-compliance, you're just basically saying, hey, this is what you did wrong. You have this amount of time to get back into compliance or this will happen. And then a censure, that is essentially when you're just announcing that we condemn what this person did. Got that right? So
Can I ask a follow-up question to the issuers or whoever can answer it?
Yes.
So why exactly did you skip those 2 steps and go straight to no confidence, considering the ramifications are much worse for the person?
That's for
I'll yield to Chair Caucus.
So a non-compliance has to do specifically with statutes. There has to be something that is not being followed in statutes to issue a non-compliance. A censorship is a formal commendation of a behavior of an action, which has certain tier sections and which is seen, both of those seen by LJR. They are not necessarily levels to this. It's just what is the best appropriate action to take. And so when it came down to me advising the members of the Senate Executive Committee, I advised a vote of no confidence because a vote of no confidence is in the leadership abilities of the person. It's not necessarily to do with, if they're following the statutes and completing their job, or, because of something outlandish they said. We've issued censures here before for profanity, and obviously that has not happened. And speaking with the members of Senate Exec who are on the memorandum, I saw that the center focus was the Senate President's leadership and their loss of confidence due to a number of things mentioned in the speech per se. But yeah, that's why a vote of no confidence was decided.
Okay, and I'm pretty sure you were next for questioning anyway.
2 questions, if I may, to the Senate President.
Yes.
Some of the members of Senate Exec and in Chair Karengo's speech said that you only ordered merchandise 8 months after and only when we called for your resignation as Senate President. Could you, do you have a response to that per se?
Yeah. So yeah, for merchandise, piled on other stuff, not having an advisor definitely took a big hit on this session. Yeah, so merchandise took a back burner on my to-do list, and I definitely take accountability and that stuff has been ordered. It's in the office. I would like to add that our outreach efforts, despite not having merch, have still been successful. And I'm really proud of the tabling that we've done and what we've been able to do. I will say at the beginning of the semester, exec did allow us to use merch. So to my understanding, we did have merch throughout summer/beginning of the fall semester. I was always in touch with Anna about asking for extras. And then towards the end of the semester, end of the semester, I would say, is when merch probably fell short. And I totally understand the frustrations about that. I worked to order them over the break right away. So thank you for that input. And I'm learning, and I definitely agree that merch is important.
As some of the members have mentioned, they've repeatedly asked for updates for merchandise throughout the fall semester, almost weekly in Senate executive committees. Did that not motivate you to try and put in an order for merchandise?
I do not believe that is true. I don't think I was asked weekly. However, I do understand the frustrations regardless of if I was asked once, twice, weekly. I understand. I see it. I just don't see it as a good enough reason to remove me.
A follow-up, if I may.
I'm going to come back. There's a lot of hands raised. Johnson's had her hand raised for a while. Gaudio and then Kringle.
So this is a question to anyone who signed the memorandum. Can I have 2 questions? Just as well.
You may.
Okay, so the first question is, after the last Senate meeting of the fall semester, is it true that you all convened at Bar Louie on University?
I'll leave the chair to Kira.
I think it is a common thing with every member here, and it's been a thing since I was in the 55th, is that after a Senate meeting, you go out and eat. So I would say the change of the word convene as into we are in long meetings and it's nice to eat out with each other at a bar. I don't think that is something that should be used in a negative light. I could say that the executive cabinet was convening there because they were also there and we spoke to them. So they were just there. We were just there eating. It was just how it was. We were just eating.
Cool. Yeah. So I just wanted to know, like, if there were any things like that were like relevant to this that you guys were talking about.
No, we were simply just getting ready to go into our break and dealing with stuff outside with our events and such what we were planning. A lot of us like to just eat and not focus on Senate. We even we invited people here and there. I know some people like just to go straight home. But I remember being there and we were just talking. I think the really biggest thing was just like it was funny enough that we were there with exec at the same time right behind us, and also how long it took for the food to come out and how bad it was.
Got you.
I'd like to direct this question to the issued. So I'm asking a bit of a similar question to the one that Gumarov directed to the pro temp, which is that a complaint that was mentioned is that you would get information from other branch heads, you would communicate it with the pro temp, and then sometimes there was this expectation that the pro temp would be the one to relay it. However, is it not the role of the speaker to be the one to relay information, particularly during your report that you give at every Senate meeting?
Yeah, so it is not expected that the president tell me anyways. And I also don't necessarily think that it's my responsibility. However, I did let Pro Temp Morissette know so that we could try to resolve the situation. Verbally communicated that we would communicate that, or that she would communicate that. But no, can you repeat the last part of your question?
Should you not be communicating this information during the report that you give to the Senate at every meeting.
So I do not necessarily believe that, just because I think that there are conversations that can be had and different avenues that can be taken, while also I reference in my speech the autonomy of the body and seeing how maybe the author can make the changes. I don't necessarily think that putting that in my announcements changes the outcome or changes the conversation, if that makes sense.
Okay, Kringle, Green, and then out Varela.
To the Senate President, if I may. So I heard a lot in your speech about what the Senate body has achieved, including caucuses, which are not part of the legislative branch anymore. But what have you personally achieved of your proposals as Speaker during the session?
So in my proposals, I've completed as a branch, and I do understand, while it might not be me personally, but I think as a branch, I think we can take these successes together. But I did, at the beginning of the semester, facilitate tabling at Rosen, also gotten a dunk tank at Rosen. Outside of that, at another event, I also cross-branch collaboration was one of them. The anonymous Dropbox was an initiative, though it was in my office, and I do understand the complaints with those and how that might be not super transparent. I do appreciate the sentiment that it could be virtual, and so I did that, but the anonymous Dropbox was also done. Attempted committee leadership meetings twice a semester, which was one of my goals, which is for those who responded. But I do think outreach was successful, interbranch collaboration, among others.
Clarification, Ray?
Yeah.
So just to clarify, the only thing you've gotten done in your proposals is interbranch collaboration, which is already a kind of basic thing, outreach, which was worked on by other committees within Senate, and a Dropbox an anonymous Dropbox inside of your president's office.
Those were some of my top initiatives. I think outreach was my major one, and I think we did that.
Okay, Green.
May I direct a question to Chair Collazo?
Mm-hmm.
So earlier you had mentioned that a writ of noncompliance can only be issued in response to a violation of statutes, correct?
That is correct.
Does that imply that Speaker Pullman has not actually violated any statutes during the course of her speakership?
I wouldn't say that. Like I said previously, the members of the Senate Executive Committee who signed the memorandum seek my advisement in regards to what was the best, disciplinary action to take. And based on the concerns that I was hearing, whether or not they were statutory or not, it was based on mainly based on the Senate President's leadership abilities.
Follow up.
Yes. So can you cite a specific example of a violation of statutes that she committed? And in addition, why a writ of no confidence was not issued for that violation?
Sure. So the branch heads are supposed to meet with caucus leadership every single semester. I could have issued a non-compliance. I chose not to do so. We did not have a fall semester meeting, so all the branch heads would have been in non-compliance, but of course, we decided not to pursue that. Additionally, the Senate President pro tempore, the student body president, and the student body vice president is responsible for supplying an office to the supervisor of elections, which they have failed to do so. And again, I did not issue, even in my capacity as E&A chair, and where I can advise the committee to issue a non-compliance for that. Again, I chose not to advise the committee to do that. I want to clarify, there are different avenues here, of course. And I want to make sure that we obviously, didn't want this to go through so many different avenues. If it went to LJR, it could possibly be appealed, and so many different conversations could be had. I felt as though and when advising these members, that this decision of whether or not the Senate President should continually be leading this body should be up to all the members within this chamber, because all of the members of this chamber voted a majority at least, voted in favor of Senate President Pullman, previous Senator Pullman to be Senate President. So yeah.
Okay, Varela, Alcuda, Gumarov.
This is a question for Senate President Pullman.
Okay.
Going to your conduct that you've been accused of, would you say that you regret how you've talked to and addressed your peers in the past? And if you could go back in time and change it, would you?
Yeah, I absolutely wish that those conversations took a different route than they did. And that's why we've already acknowledged Chair Vasquez and the other Senate leadership member, which was Vice Chair Varela, that I got in a heated conversation with. That's why next day we regrouped and had a more down-to-earth conversation, more level-headed conversation. I apologized to both of them, and we both reached a mutual understanding. So while we did have a hostile, maybe not heated conversation in the heat of the moment, I do think that it speaks more that we were able to come back the next day and have a more level-headed meeting, reach a understanding. So yes, I think those incidents don't necessarily reflect my entire 8 months as Senate President, because I do think I'm valid in how I felt at that time, given the incidents. However, I do think it is my responsibility to handle it professionally, and I definitely think that things could have gone a different way. And again, that's why I reached out the next day and said, all right, we can have a more calm meeting, which happened.
My question is to the Senate President. Yeah. As highlighted in my testimonial, you had assigned me 2 tasks in your office. Specifically in early September, we had a discussion about ordering merch. And in that discussion, as seen in the testimonial, you handed me just some notes of what you were looking for, specifically pens, stickers, magnets, pins. And we went over a lot of details about what you wanted to see in some designs that you wanted me to draft. And I had those designs to you, I think, by September 26th. My text is there also confirming that. So I guess my question is just what changed, and why wasn't that merch ordered sooner if the designs were received and, as far as I knew, looked good for the rest of the semester, and just hearing like no communication about it, no updates, and then merch only being ordered over break after you received your request for your resignation, and why the merch that had been ordered was completely different than what was discussed in those conversations that we'd had?
Yeah, so I think within the merch, I think there was some clear miscommunication. While I do think the designs were nice, looked nice, I don't feel that it's what I asked for necessarily. However, not to say I think Ailey Alcuda did a good job, they looked good, but I remember seeing them and it wasn't necessarily what I asked for. I should have communicated that and then ordered the merch sooner. Again, the merchandise, I can understand the frustrations. Should have been ordered earlier. But yeah, I do think there was some disconnect in what I wanted in the merch. So that is also on me for not communicating that. The designs that I ended up picking were execs, but it was the division of communications. So they designed for everyone. I saw them, I liked them, so I used them. And again, merchandise did just took a back burner on my list of things to do. But I do think it is important to highlight the outreach that we were able to do regardless.
Okay, I said Guma up next, right?
2, if I may. So firstly, I want to direct my question to kind of any and all caucus chairs out there. A lot of the evidence and a lot of the complaints were regarding kind of the lack of funding and lack of involvement within caucuses. So my question is, so since caucuses have been moved under Senate, to my knowledge, through the evidence, a lot of the responsibility was placed upon Speaker Pullman while it is under all 3 branches. So I just want to know, have you been communicating with, for say, the executive leadership branch as well as legislative branch? Because we don't really know who handles us right now.
Who wants to answer that one? Banesh, and then Collazo, if you wish that on. Yeah, so wait, repeat it one more time. I had a perfect answer.
Yeah, so because through the evidence, it was like you guys were only kind of asking Speaker Pullman for help. So I want to know, did you talk to, Vice Chair Brawley or anyone in the executive cabinet as well as legislative?
Yes. So at the beginning of the session, they made it very clear that we should always, copy all 3 branch heads onto our emails and whatnot. But I remember doing this for my Queer Market Day event, and I got an email back saying not to email the Chief Justice or the President anymore and to just email Speaker Pullman. So yeah, that's my sentiment on that. Did you have something to add on to it? Okay.
Yeah, I second what Chair Banesh has said. The Chief Justice and the student body president essentially showed no interest in managing caucus leadership. So the responsibility became onto the Senate president. And I think that's a failure for all branch heads. They definitely have to reevaluate that. Additionally, I will add that it wasn't until I finished my logo for my caucus before I was told by the Senate president that we were not allowed to do logos. And it severely caught me off guard because I saw social media posts with caucus logos and I saw merch for caucus logos that are still old merch, but were able to be handed out. So there was a lack of communication there. Not to say that this is solely Senate President Pullman's fault. However, the Senate President is a managing member as stated by statutes. And it looks like the branch heads defaulted their responsibility onto the Senate President, seeing as we were all senators being elected into chair positions. But I think this is a failure both in the Senate President's part and all of branch leadership.
Okay. And my second one, I wanted to direct to both ENA chair and vice chair. So as far as what we've been hearing so far, you both were kind of caught off guard by this whole thing. I know that Vice Chair Collazo said that you were more of like a advice giver in this when it came to like statutes and how to go about, as well as Dakara, you said you didn't have any idea of all this going on up until you had spoken to other people. So I guess my question would be, with the memorandum, the first signature, the one who actually wrote the memorandum, I believe is Dakara, as well as Collazo, you signed up on it. So I kind of wanted to question, like what made you both, I understand helping your senators, but what made you both like very confidently want to sign this?
Dakara, you can answer, and then Collazo.
So I'll answer on the part of the signature part. That was just asked of me. Other members felt that there was a little too emotional, that there was emotional connection to it. And a lot of them felt like they still had that, the sort of respect that they didn't feel like they should be the one there. And I just, a person who was hearing them out as I had slowly spent almost 3 hours of my night here, like letting them talk to me about it, that I felt it, I asked them if it was, would they want me to be the signature, the first one there? So that's where you see me, where it's the one right there. Can you repeat the second part real quick?
So I just wanted to know, because like, what made you want to sign upon this, as if like this, like give your your anecdote that this was happening to you, that you feel strongly towards this, rather than just supporting from behind.
Originally I was, until it got to a point where it was like a pattern I had also seen within my own issues, as you can see in the testimonial. I had kept those to myself until it had reached a point where I was like, I'm seeing that pattern in behavior. And then I even said to myself, I was like, I won't sign it until I fully am 100% sure with how I feel towards this. I had spoken to other members of the memorandum who are people I'm super I see, like, I put on like a pedestal because I respect them for what they do. So I talked to them. I even we talked to each other about how I felt about putting my name on there. In the end, I had felt that what I said in my testimonial, and seeing how I see us all here as like a family, that I felt it is also out of respect to them to also stand by their side if they had, felt that way, and raise these issues. So one, I signed my name because I was asked to, and two, I had felt after discussion with almost a few days, even with as a member of the memorandum, and people outside of the memorandum, of how I felt, that I felt it was enough for me to sign it.
I was approached after the events of, correct me if I'm wrong, in regards to the Knights Giving event, if I'm not mistaken, by the SBA chair. And in fact, they were hesitant to approach me in my capacity as LJR vice chair, because they thought that I would take immediate actions against the Senate president. So they explained the situation and what was going on. There was alleged statements by the Senate president saying that she was above no one, inferior statements, essentially. And so that kind of piqued my interest. Then I sought advisement from the LGR chair. And I explained to her what was happening. She was already knowledgeable in those events. So it was just a matter of what I personally wanted to do. The chair shared with me that they wanted to abstain, remain neutral. So it was more of a personal thing. So me being me, the following Senate Executive Committee, I wanted answers. I was hearing these statements that we usually would issue a censure for if it was any other senator, we would have issued a censure for these statements. So I want to answer those questions. And I believe, and it's stated in the Senate minutes 11/21/24, so November 21st, 2024, that the Senate president couldn't recall those statements, or there was a miscommunication with those statements. Additionally, I did have some ethical concerns when it came to a professional courtesy, in the words of the Senate president, that was extended to her by the Chief Justice in regards to advising, guiding, and interpreting the governing documents, which is not a power of the Chief Justice. It's a power of the Attorney General. And if the Chief Justice would want to make an interpretation of our governing documents, that would have to be a declarative judgment made by the entire Judicial Council and would require a hearing. And myself, as a former justice, saw a humongous concern with that, because that is simply just not allowed. I understand the Senate president was probably confused and wanted answers. However, there's a person that was appointed and confirmed by this body for that exact reason, and that is the Attorney General, to provide advisement in regards to hearings and interpretations of our governing documents. And that's what kind of triggered me to sign the memorandum. And on top of, I have multiple concerns with the judicial review case, and what was said during branch head meetings behind closed doors. And that's why I reintroduced the Student Government Executive Committee bill, because that was, I don't entirely believe the sentiments that were shared by the Senate president in regards to what were happening behind those closed doors. The Senate president merely stated a professional courtesy. I don't know what professional courtesy means. But it seems like if you're not going more into depth, then there's something to hide. So and I'm simply not okay with that in my position. So, and that is why I signed the memorandum.
Okay, Hamid, Metellus, Hall.
Can I expand on their answers quickly first?
Yes, but I do ask that we do keep everything relevant to what we have right now.
I also have a question after this. Sorry.
Okay.
As Chair Colazo said, I did approach the ENA chair and vice chair for advice because I was extremely conflicted as to what to do. I had gone through, in my testimonial, you could read it, I yapped a lot, apologies. I had gone through a lot of events that I was very confused on how to proceed with because I didn't really know what could be done. And I hold both of them into high regards. And I know that both of them are very well versed in statutes, or else they would not be in the positions that they are in right now. As Chair Colazo said, I was also very cautious going to him, especially as the LJR vice chair, as I knew that this could involve his committee. But I also was very distraught, and I also mostly came to them as friends, asking what should I do, and wanting to kind of see what my options were and to ask for help. And for my question, may I direct a question to the Senate President?
You may.
May you expand on how you assisted with outreach events during the fall semester, other than Slime with the Senators and, as you said, the event that you facilitated at Rosen?
So in terms of outreach events, Chair Vasquez did let me know about tabling at downtown and whatnot. In terms of assistance, if she needed anything, obviously I'm here. But in terms of just regular assistance, I was just told that that was happening. All right, good to go. Let me know if you need anything. And if you didn't, that's fine. But other than that, I do think that those still fall in the whole branch.
Metellus?
First, I wanted to answer Gumarov's question from my point of view as a caucus chair, and then I had a question for either you or Brody.
Okay.
So to answer your question on basically like why we spoke to Speaker Pullman rather than the other branch heads. From my point of view, it was definitely very confusing when caucuses started during the summer. And I even like made a Teams group chat with all three branch heads trying to reach out. But Speaker Pullman was the only one that maintained communication with me. And I understand the other branch heads are busy with their respective branches. But especially since I had the first, or if not one of the first events of the school year with the August Black Business Showcase, it was definitely a lot to set up, but Speaker Pullman and as well as the diversity and inclusion coordinator helped me out during that process. I was getting in the swing of things, and they were able to maintain communication with me, and they still communicate with me with the upcoming Black History Month events and do their best to support me. That's my answer to your question as a caucus chair. And then my question for either Chair Courts or Brody, should Speaker Pullman be removed? What exactly is the process to have a new speaker? Would a new speaker be elected tonight, or would that happen next week? And basically, how complicated would that be and complex, if you guys could provide context?
Okay, so laid out in the statutes, it says that the nomination would be called tonight, but the election actually wouldn't happen until next meeting. I'm also pretty sure that it lays out that it would be, the chair would be yielded back to this President pro tempore, correct? Or whoever the Senate body wishes. Does that answer your question? Okay, and then next was Hall, correct?
So first, just a question to Senator Kara and Senator Colazo, and then I'll follow up for Senator Colazo. But to both of you, throughout the night, we've been hearing how you've signed it, but also have stipulations around your signings. I guess just a definitive yes or no, considering one of the issues in the memorandum relates to a topic directly related to you two. Are you actually a signer of this, or are you just facilitating this for the greater group of the individuals issuing this?
I'll clear up on the stipulations. It was a sense of when you first hear an issue, you want to learn more about it. So I went my avenues to figure out more and more about this pattern of issues. It wasn't like I need this to be here so I can sign it. I was simply listening until them, and then based on what I've heard and consulting with myself and other members, then I signed it. And then I didn't even include the part that it specifically affected both me and the vice chair until honestly sitting there just, as we finished it. And we had spoken, ensured that we had covered issues raised by caucuses, by committees, by senators, by, decorum itself. I feel like we can speak for both, is that we simply just wanted to hear everything before we just didn't want to like jump ahead and jump straight for it. We listened and talked to everyone, and we made our decisions based on, speaking with them, thinking, like consulting with ourselves, and then making a decision. There was no stipulation. There was no, we need this to sign this. It was, having the co-host relationship we have with these other members that signed it. And we were speaking to them, as friends, as colleagues, as fellow senators. And we made the decision based on, as my testimonial, and also how I had felt, standing by side and, giving the respect that these other members deserved. I made that decision to join that. I could have easily been like, no, I could have never said anything, but out of respect to them and also seeing the pattern, I, felt it was also my right to make the decision to, be a part of it. So there were no stipulations. I want to correct, there was no like deal for us to be on this.
I signed it. My signature is on there for a reason.
And then you said you had another question?
Yeah, and just to clarify that, what I meant by stipulations is this idea that signed it but have a lack of commitment to it to the same degree as the others, despite something in the memorandum. My other question to Senator Collazo, given the fact that they identified 2 instances in which a non-compliance could have been issued but wasn't issued, can there be an explanation as to why up until this point there's been a lack of initiative to issue non-compliances when these issues come up, or what the rationale behind not doing so is, as well as given the fact that the president and chief justice have been dragged into this and much of your role has been talked about as an advising capacity here, can you clarify to the Senate the nature of your relationship with the judicial branch as it stands?
So I forgot my question. I forgot my answer. Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, just why can you identify a series of issues that deserve a non-compliance but made determinations not to do so? And since the president and chief justice have been brought into this and you are being talked about by the issuers as someone that provided advisement, what is your relationship with the judicial branch?
Sure. So in regards to the, you said my role as an advisor to...
You've repeatedly said they came to you for advising and you advised them to make this motion of no confidence. Can you explain as to, because of your advising role and the role with which you yourself have brought up the chief justice and president, what your relationship with the judicial branch is, as well as why with these past issues of non-compliance, you decided not to make those motions?
So in terms of non-compliance, I haven't made them in regards to the caucus leadership one, because I haven't spoken to caucus leadership, and then the Senate executive members, we've decided to go ahead and move with the vote of no confidence. The second one, in relations to securing an office for the supervisor of elections, I've spoken to the supervisor of elections regarding it, because the commission or the ENA committee can issue that non-compliance, and as it's been communicated to me that if that non-compliance is to be issued, it would be through the commission. The supervisor would prefer it, so I don't necessarily want to step on those toes. And in regards to my relationship to the judicial branch, I was a former justice of the branch, and as some of you are aware, there's a reason why I'm not in that branch anymore. I resigned. I ran for to be a senator, and I'm happier than ever. I don't see how my position, my current relationship with the judicial branch is relevant. I've moved on, and so have they. I'm grateful for my time in the judicial branch. I got to meet so many amazing people. I got to help, a friend be in the judicial branch because she aspired and dreams to be a lawyer. Um, I will say that, we did not end on good terms, and that is okay. I moved on from it. I'm happy where I am. I love being here. I love being with Senate. I love being an advisor to Chair DeCara and Chair Courts. I really want to reiterate that my past with the judicial branch is not relevant here. My confidence as a vice chair and chairman are not being questioned here. The question here is the confidence of the Senate president. And frankly, I don't appreciate being used as a pawn.
We're going to go Kringle, Banesh, and then Shen. But as Vice Chair Clauso did say, the issue at hand is whether or not you are confident in the Senate president. Try to keep things germane.
With that, may I provide a point of clarification of the definition of no confidence and kind of reference back to my speech as well as direct questions to the Senate president? 3, if I may. They're quick.
You may.
So just again, right off the statute, the reason why we are here, Title II, verbatim, no confidence, lack or absence of confidence in an officer of the student body senate or student government committee chair or vice chair. Again, because I stuttered on that one. No confidence is a lack or absence of confidence in an officer of the student body senate. We are here to question if they have broken statutes, not if they have, done something illegal. We're debating the fact of our confidence in the Speaker of the Senate. In relation to my speech, like we said, sorry, lost my point there. So I'm just gonna get into questions. For Senate President Pullman, how many hours are you allocated to work each week as the president? And on average, how many of those do you usually use every week?
18, and I range around 14 to 18.
And do you know how many hours you've used this week?
I don't off the top of my head.
Gotcha. And with these hours, funded by ASFC paying students that you use clearly a majority of it, how do you use those hours specifically to help the Senate body? Is it just running the meetings? Is it, your office hours? How are those hours actually allocated to benefit the Senate body?
Yeah, so it is typically office hours of when I'm in my office, similar to how other branch heads do it as well. While I'm in my office, I'm looking over committee notes, reading emails, looking over prep for dean meetings. That's one of my biggest responsibilities, is how I prep for those. Again, also just little maintenance tasks that usually involve looking through committee channels, notes, things along those lines. Usually it does change week to week, just depending on the committee, the certain issue, the email, and then also just office hours and being an open door. I can assure you that I do my job and often look over legislation and whatnot, making sure everything's tied up. Not having an advisor, a direct advisor, was a big stress. While everyone did the best they could, that I felt like I had a couple other oversight issues there, or not issues, but just overall extra tasks that I was looking over in that sense. But I can assure you that when I'm in my office, I'm in there like 40 hours a week. If anyone sees, I'm always there. I'm not always clocked in, obviously, because then I would be going way over hours. But I'm doing work, which often includes oversight or being an open ear when anyone wants to talk about an initiative and things along those lines.
Just to follow up, if I may.
Okay.
Just how with those hours you worked, how are they used specifically to help the Senate body, not the duties of Senate President?
Yeah, I mean, specifically when senators come in and talk to me about initiatives, I would say that's helping, supporting them in their roles, as well as looking over prepping for dean meetings and things along those lines, looking over past dean meeting minutes, things like that and things to that nature, just so that we know what we're presenting to deans and we're well prepared. That is something I did towards the tail end of the semester, as well as looking over the budget and planning for the budget. That's something that I did last semester. Little things like that. And again, it changes week to week, but I do hold a lot of the maintenance, housekeeping jobs that people might not see all the time, but I'm doing things to hold the branch together quite often.
Ganesh? This is a question for FAO chair, ORS chair, and their respective vices, if possible. Were you guys made aware of any of these complaints and grievances by your other exec members? And were you asked to look at the memorandum beforehand at all?
No, I was completely unaware of any of this until you guys, like when you guys found out last week. So
I was not aware of issues until the Senate exec meeting on, I believe, the 14th. But no, we saw the memorandum at the same time as everyone else.
Okay, who did I say next? Shen? No. Varela, and then Rodriguez. Who else hasn't gone? Chalhan.
An answer to Benish's question, I knew the complaints and I chose not to sign the memorandum.
Sorry, I just have a question towards the one who, like, for the people that signed the memorandum. Could I ask? Okay. Since she's already served 8 months already, why did it take so long for the document to be written? Sorry.
Just to put it plainly and simply, as Senate leadership, a lot of the problems, and this goes for, I feel, most organizations, a lot of the issues that we've had are tried to be solved behind closed doors. We hope they don't come back up again. We hope they can get worked out. We hope we can come to an efficient solution and that we can work together as a leadership and not just air out all of our issues on the Senate floor to everyone, for all the members to see and hear. That's why, I mean, throughout the times, that's why the topics of the non-compliance have been brought up. We don't want to go for a non-compliance because we feel that Allison, or the Senate president, has the potential to, work past these problems and, improve. But the reason why we have a non-compliance now, or sorry, a no confidence now, is it's just been a stagnant growth. It's been a stagnant or decreasing growth in leadership. We haven't seen those issues be fixed, which is why even as we're now 8 months in, we decided to call for a no confidence and not for a non-compliance or anything like that.
Did you have something down on? Okay.
I will say that as like the closed doors, a lot of the time it's like we hopefully just have conversations, and what was happening is it was seen as that there was an issue raised, conversations we had, it would mellow out, then it would slowly do this thing where it come back up, have a conversations and mellow out. So at some points, like what then thus like instigates the vote of no confidence in the memorandum that's there. I will say with the timeline, as is mentioned, you could see that instead of it being kind of like spaced out, it then started piling and like getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and then started going into our personal lives. So it started, diluting a lot of other things. And that's when it was at some point, we spoke to each other and we felt that this was now the time. And, a lot of us had our personal issues. We just had not spoken up at that time. We had our issues. We kept it to ourselves. We had the Senate president's back. They can work on it. They're learning. It's 8 months. They have 4 months left and it's still learning, which I think that's at some point we kind of gave up. You give up. You expect growth. You expect the learning. You expect the conversation. But when it's simply always learning from the same mistake over and over again, it just becomes, unfortunately, the definition of insanity, expecting a different outcome. So unfortunately, that's when we then decided for the vote of no confidence now, instead of 6 months ago, 7 months ago, all that.
Okay, I said Chalhan, right?
Can I direct a question to Chair Vasquez? Sorry.
Yes, as soon as she sits back down.
So why exactly did you not decide to sign the memorandum?
That's a good question. So I personally felt a little too biased on the topic. I also consider myself to be kind of like a neutral point as well across the Senate. I don't know. I feel like I'm someone people can come and talk to, so I didn't really want to kind of express a side for either one. Also, I've said this, I personally don't think that going in this direction was something that I individually would have done, but I don't think that the people who issued it don't have a basis, because I believe that they do, and that's why we're listening to this now. But yeah, I just personally chose to remove myself.
Okay, Benwick, Condoloro, Voss.
May I direct a question to Chair Kringle?
Yes.
What makes you think, especially after you said if a non-compliance was issued, that you think Speaker Pullman could improve, that like what could a speaker realistically do in these last 3 to 4 months as a Senate president that would be much better than her just improving on her own, especially when it's already been 8 months and we're kind of already contributing to the issue that if you've noticed it's a pattern, why not bring it up compared to let it build up and potentially ruin stuff for her down the line?
Just for clarification, you're basically asking why, even though the pattern of mistakes and build up, we didn't call a non-compliance, and why we're going for just a straight up no confidence now?
No. So that's like context to it. Sorry if I wasn't clear. What could electing a new speaker and having confidence in that speaker in these last 3 months be any different than having one in Speaker Pullman, especially after you said if a non-compliance was issued that you believe that she could improve on it, but that's why you're also issuing a no confidence?
Yeah,
Sorry.
so mainly on that, the main reason why we want to go forward with a no confidence instead of any other kind of disciplinary procedure is in the definition of a no confidence. It's just a lack or absence of confidence in that officer. Now, yeah, she could improve, but that's the future. That's unknowing. A lot of us are graduating. We only have a few months left. We want to see someone in a position of power, in the president position, that we trust, that we know can get the job done and will support us as leadership and support us as senators. We haven't seen that in Senate President Pullman. And the reason why we want to go forward with a no confidence and see a new speaker, even though it might be a weird transition period for a little bit, I would rather put someone or elect someone as a speaker and the president of the Senate that we fully trust and we know can get the job done than have somebody work their way up from the bottom and try to get their way back to trust. I would rather, as everyone here, just see someone who we fully trust than someone working their way up from no trust.
Okay, Condoloro.
Can I direct a question to Pro Temp Morissette?
Yes.
I was wondering your decision to sign the memorandum and if you expressed any grievances to the president before signing it and your decision to sign.
Yeah, my decision for signing the bill wasn't necessarily tied to any personal grievances that I had with Senate President. It was tied to the ideology that I work presider, but I'm also very internal. So I'm very privy to what happens in committees. I'm very privy what happens to caucuses as a caucus member, and I'm also very privy to just what happens with Senate leadership as somebody that they have to speak to pretty often, being the more internal officer within the legislative branch. And I have seen these issues kind of pummel on continuously. Well, a lot of these issues lie within her purview, so I don't bring them up to her directly. And our one-on-ones, sometimes they are passive conversations that we have, even sometimes through text messages as well, of okay, well, I know about this issue, when's going to get solved. And I've gotten very similar comments that other caucus or committee leadership has also gotten as well, in terms of okay, it's getting done, or it's going to happen this way. And then, previously said, it's snowballed. It says it's going to happen, and then it doesn't happen until later on. And I've taken that as as a personal offense to have the amount of time, the amount of hours within a certain week or a certain bi-week to be able to get so much done and to be able to support the branch, to support the committee leadership in those aspects, and it's not being done. I also see the things that haven't been done aren't necessarily things that needed direct advisement or things that needed a lot of support to be done. I just think there were things that were swept on the table for a lot of reasons that aren't being said out in the open or weren't being said to community leadership, and that obviously if they don't want to be said willingly, they can't be said at all. But that's where my perspective is also not tied to personal grievances. As a lot of the things that I need to do, I don't need to work with Senate President Pullman on, if that makes sense. A lot of mine are internal and I just can do them within my own autonomy. So that's the reason I decided to sign the memorandum.
Okay, it was Thosnex. No? Okay. Gumarov, Hamid. Why am I forgetting? Weiderberg.
May I direct a question to SBA Chair Hamid?
You may.
So, Laurel could not be here tonight. She is directing her questions for me to ask. She's watching through live stream, promise, swear. So she wanted me to ask the question, if you can confirm or deny a conversation that you had with her around June regarding your wants to issue a vote of no confidence against Pro Temp Morset, and sort of where your no confidence shifted to Speaker Pullman, if this is all true.
That's not really relevant to what's at hand.
If they voted for no confidence of one speaker, but yet wanted to vote for another one, I don't know where that kind of shifted over.
How, Brody?
I think that it's up to you as the chair, but I think that, and I think this has been touched on a couple of places, from my perspective, and strictly a perspective, I think understanding the intentions and the motivations of the people who made a motion, I think is germane. But again, strictly my opinion, my perspective.
Okay, you can ask it.
Yeah, could you say the question?
Yeah. So, Laurel wanted you to confirm or deny a conversation with her regarding your wants to issue a vote of no confidence against Pro Tem Morset, to which she replied that Speaker Pullman was dealing with it, and then that kind of fizzled away. And so now with this whole issue being brought up, I kind of see like a correlation, and I wanted to know kind of where the switch was made.
So apologies, I can't really think back to June because it was pretty far back. I think I remember maybe expressing some concerns about the pro tempore, but if I did bring up to Laurel, and as you said, Laurel said that the Senate President was dealing with it, I probably also expressed these concerns to the Senate President and also maybe to Pro Temp Morset, and I believe that the things that I were concerned with were fixed, and that is why I do not hold that belief anymore. Can you say the last part of your question again? Sorry.
Yeah, because I'm not exactly sure kind of what your grievances were with the no confidence you had in the pro temp's office. But now seeing that you're kind of a signer of this no confidence, I kind of wanted to see, since they are closely related offices, kind of where the shift has correlated and kind of what you've been seeing.
Are you asking what my concerns were with the pro temp?
Well, you had concerns with the pro temp, but now there's concerns with the speaker president. So are any of them overlapping, or kind of what's going on?
No. I believe my concerns with the pro tempore was with the D-leg and some issues with fiscal bills because I noticed a lot of complaints. I also brought this up during Senate retreat about the fiscal bills because I noticed that we spent a lot of time in Senate updating them. None of the concerns overlap between that thought and me now. They're completely different reasons due to situations and events that transpired during the fall and fall and summer semester. But I can assure you that they are completely two different things, and there's no correlation between me wanting to see improvements in both offices.
Okay, it was Gaudio next, correct? Was it Gaudio? It was Weiderberg next? Okay, go on.
So I wanted to direct my question towards Chair Caringle. You had mentioned that you'd rather have like a trusted senator in the Senate President position. So I'm not asking who, if there was one, but did you guys discuss a specific person filling that role?
No, it was basically just left up to kind of anyone who was qualified. I would rather put someone in there who's, qualified that we trust than someone who is qualified, but I have lost trust in over the last 8 months.
Okay, Hendry, Gaudio, Lipner.
Yeah, I have one for anyone of the signature of the or signers of the memorandum that would like to answer. What would you be able to accomplish in these last 4 months with the new senator that you wouldn't be able to accomplish with the current one?
Who wants to answer that? Takara?
I will say on the fact of like having a new person, as the reason for the comments, we have lost that trust. Having a new person that we trust in that seat, it is a lot easier, as it said in the testimonials, that we had lost the ability to communicate as if we have been, made inferior or made comments that made it sound like that our priority, like whatever we felt or as a priority was not. So having a new person who has seen the concerns raised and who is actively, as with elections, they will, give their speech and explain why they should be that person. I'd rather have someone be put in that role and have that drive to fix these issues, and someone I know I can go to, and that they know that there's already been a person being held accountable. So I'd rather have someone in this position who I can feel comfortable talking to, who I can raise my concerns to, who I can talk about my initiatives for, rather than someone who I've now lost trust in. And I basically that.
Okay, Gaudio, I do want to remind everybody that we are still in questioning and it is 10:19.
So I would like to direct a question to the issuing party, where I'm rewinding a fair bit, but there was a comment that was made about trying to solve things behind closed doors, and a lot of the submitted evidence suggests this. And that raises a concern to me because a lot of the Senate had no idea that all of this was going on, despite the impact that it clearly has had. And so the question I would like to give is, primarily being committee chairs or leadership positions, are you not beholden to your committees in the same way that the Senate president is beholden to the Senate as a whole to communicate? Why are these issues not being communicated to others within your committees so that they are also aware of them as they're happening?
Okay, who wants to answer? Morissette and then Lazo, Takara, I don't care.
I will say from a leadership perspective, I think it was more so a lot of the issues. One, I do want to address how like some Senate executive committee members were aware and some were not. I think a lot of it is that the committee members that did sign on and were aware were the ones that were directly impacted. A lot of the committees don't have the direct communication needed or the direct supervision needed from Speaker Pullman, if that makes sense. They don't need like the materials, the merchandise, the materials, the consistent meetings if they're having issues or anything like that. So a lot of those individuals just didn't need that consistent supervision. And in terms of why exactly they weren't communicated, is because a lot of the issues from the beginning, they were small and they just kind of snowballed from there. But as you can tell from a lot of the other committee leadership, they were able to still solve what they need to solve by going through different avenues and different means. So they didn't feel in need of like, okay, we're not going to be able to accomplish this because of this specific individual, because of these reasons. They still found a way to solve that reason. So they didn't bring it up to their committee leadership. And I think from somebody who sits on 3 committees and has sat on and has rotated throughout the semester, I've seen that they were able to still accomplish it through different means and through different avenues, even if it's not within the legislative branch. So I don't, looking back, see why the communication would have needed to be raised to the committee members, because they were still able to accomplish all the initiatives that they had within their committee.
Okay, Lazo, did you have something to add to that?
Yeah, on top of that, it was also an issue about preventing division within the Senate. We didn't want this to affect the everyday workings of the Senate like the way it was affecting our jobs, because we really do want, I guess, to put the Senate and the Senate body first.
way I like to think of it is the Senate is a healthy working body, and right now there are issues that are attacking its immune system, as we could say, and we really wanted to protect the body as much as we could. There were little things that maybe have slipped through the cracks that may have shown that we were a lot more frustrated with our positions than we let on, but also in wanting to protect, I believe, our senators, protect our committees, a lot of the things that we had personally had done to us or had personally had issues with. We didn't want it to affect their opinion of Senate President Pullman in the way that it was going to cause complete chaos. At the end of the day, we are still a professional working body, and I want us to uphold that first. I don't want it to eventually devolve into an entire circus. And for that reason, there were things that if it was going to effectively ruin a senator's day or let them know of something that was incredibly rude to say, we didn't believe that it should have been spoken to that just for their protection. And if any other members of the memorandum would like to speak on that, that's just my personal approach to it, and we had already discussed that. DeCara?
I will say, as Chair DNA, seeing all the new senators come in, would have been not right, and it definitely would have violated my role as the chair, as I see the ENA committee as a way to help connect these new senators that are applying, and you want to get, they have this drive, they have all these ideas. My personal grievance is I'm not going to go to them and tell them this is how I feel about a certain person. That is them. I believe that it is up to a person to decide their own feelings towards something. It is not my job, a person coming to a position to tell them how to feel about a person. I let them decide that for themselves. And it would have ruined the reason for ENA going on being, if I had a personal grievance, every time they're confirmed to go, by the way, this is how I feel. And that violates the sanctity of the chair and the responsibilities of ENA. So that's why I believe personally as a chair, I never mentioned anything. I even said this vice chair Caucus never mentioned anything of personal agreements we had, as it respects the innocence of, these newer senators coming in with this. It's not our area to speak on unless they had something mentioned towards us. I think that's a common thing that said is we've never gone to someone and tell them how they feel. We've always been, you can ask my other senators, my call is that I've always been transparent. If they have any questions to talk to me, I make it for the newer senators too, that it's to have questions, they can talk to anyone. I've literally told them to speak to, even if when I had issues that were literally on the brink of pushing my ability to, as I said in my memory, I lost my last straw of trust. I still told newer senators to go see Senate President Pullman. I never let my grievances, dilute the relationship of these newer senators with them. And I felt that it was wrong if we did. And I've also believed that a lot of, internal leadership feels that we should be able to deal with stuff internally and not get, everyone involved until it was necessary.
Okay, Karingal, Hamid, are you adding on to that? Okay, Karingal and then Hamid.
From a leadership perspective of things, you never want to reprimand in public. It's praise in public, reprimand in private. When I have team, let's say my leadership in the Air Force, they are not getting their job done. They're not, getting down taskers in time for us to complete them. They're giving us unreasonable timelines to complete things. I'm not going to go to the people underneath me that are part of my team and say, oh my gosh, the people above us, oh, they're awful at their job. They don't do this, they don't do that. I'm going to go, hey, right now, we're still waiting on a few things, and we're still waiting for some things to get resolved. Don't worry, we're working on it. It'll be okay. I'm not going to go to my committee and just bash in any sort of inadequate leadership. In my committee, I've talked about, hey guys, we're still waiting on some website updates. Hey guys, we're still waiting to hear back on room reservations. Never once have I gone through and actually bashed the president or any of the leadership of Senate.
I have to echo what the previous chair said. I did not believe that it was appropriate to share any issues that I faced with my committee members because I did not want to speak about the Senate president behind her back. I wanted to do it in a public meeting where she was in attendance and the entire body, or at least the entirety of Senate Executive Committee, was in attendance, because I just didn't feel that it was appropriate to talk about things behind someone's back. That's just something that I believe. I also had hope that things would change, because as I had a few conversations about, I know in my writing, I said that I asked about Merch Monthly. I didn't really want to bring that up to the committee because I assumed that it would be gotten to, because the Senate president always told me I would get back to you. So I believed her. I just did not think that it was appropriate to discuss these things because I wanted it to be in an open forum and not like I'm whispering behind closed doors to my committee members trying to badmouth anyone.
Okay, Lipner, and then we're going to go Hall. Ooh. Corelli, and then Green.
A few, if I may.
Yes.
And the first being directed towards Ayala Alcuda.
Yeah.
Would you agree that Senate President Pullman requested you take over as far as all website updates go?
I wouldn't agree that she delegated the task fully to me. She more so delegated the task of collecting feedback from the committees, and then we later expanded it to the caucuses to collect the feedback of what would be inputted onto the website.
The second being towards President Pullman. Can you explain your understanding of how that delegation or lack thereof went?
Yeah, so I did ask Ayala Alcuda to look over the caucus so I could to go probe the caucuses, ask what they would want on their page so that I could refine it once uploaded. I was going through all of the slides to make sure that it was consistent, same with the committees, which did take me a bit of time so that I could make sure it was consistent for the caucuses and committees alike. While it is not statutorily my job, I did kind of take that up. I have since now, they have been sent in a while ago. And I've asked if they've been uploaded. I've asked about OSI, and I think there's communication issues within OSI, and that's why.
Okay, Hall.
Not a question at this point. I do agree with the chair that we're now hitting 10:30 p.m. So I'm going to make a motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Oh gosh. Gumarov, Reed, Collazo.
Okay. Fellow senators, I would like to call to your attention the issues regarding this vote of no confidence. The memorandum presented accuses Speaker Pullman of many disheartening behaviors such as disrespect, negligence, and a hierarchical complex, amongst many others. My entire disagreement with this memorandum is the clear hypocrisy represented by all the senators who signed this document. All of these senators currently hold leadership positions within the pro temp's office as well as committees. I, alongside other senators, have frequently had moments of no confidence with each and every one of these senators. I, alongside other senators, have felt disrespected, disheartened, and neglected by each and every one of these senators. Accusing someone else of the exact actions and behaviors you have exhibited is purely hypocritical and hurts the validity of your argument. While I sympathize with any experiences these senators may have had with Speaker Pullman, I do not believe it holds integrity to instill a punishment upon her, a punishment you yourselves would not be willing to accept. I also believe the manner in which this was handled lacks respect and morals. The fact that all of these senators involved spread rumors and gossip about this for 2 months prior to the actual vote being casted again contradicts the exact behaviors they accuse the Speaker of. It is completely inexplicable that half the Senate already knew about this months prior, thus putting Speaker Pullman through the mental distress of hearing whispers of her own Senate body turning against her, something to which she handled with complete grace and professionalism, all while still being an effective leader. I have been a member of Senate the entire time of Speaker Pullman's time in office, and she has been nothing but a supportive and efficient leader. Anytime I, a new senator, had any ideas or confusions, she was always in her office ready to talk and always respond to my texts within minutes. She has always been willing to help, but people must be willing to ask. The claims that these senators have not met with her is purely false, considering she is in her office every single day during business hours. All they had to do was go in and start a conversation. Even if there were misunderstandings, there are a multitude of other actions that could have been taken to fix these relationships before taking this drastic step. Upon mention, we have multiple senators that have mentioned that typically they would have issued a censure, typically, to any other senator, yet a vote of no confidence was chosen. I would also like to point out that caucuses, which are one of the main issues, are not under Senate Speaker Pullman's entire rule. It is her alongside the other branch heads. So to purely put her responsible for the lack of caucus leadership is Again, a misunderstanding. I would also like to say that 3 out of the 7 people who signed this memorandum said they were also just signing because of support and hearing other sides of the story rather than having their own experiences with Speaker Pullman. And so, Senators, I urge you to please look past all the emotional buzzwords being thrown at you and the empty apologies that will likely come after my speech, and look at the pure actions and facts behind this entire situation. I urge you to see that this is nothing but a complete and total overreaction and a methodically planned out power grab. Thank you.
Read. Thank you. I thoroughly agree with every sentiment that the previous senator had to say, but there were a few specific examples that really concerned me. I do not believe that having no merchandise is enough of an issue to remove the Senate president. I, as well as some of the other members of the Senate body, feel completely blindsided by this. I'm incredibly disappointed that we are spending valuable time that we could be using to benefit the student body to no confidence the Senate president. I have also known Speaker Pullman since SGLC last year, and she has been nothing but a positive and supporting individual to me. She continues to follow the statutes, and I believe that a lot of these issues are personal issues that the Senate president herself are personal issues with the Senate president herself. I believe that she's being blamed for a lot of the issues that are out of her control, including Downtown Day. I think that we can all work on communication as a whole, and that's the biggest takeaway we can take from this. But I do not believe that this is enough of an issue for removal. It's going to be very hard for us to move on from this as a body, regardless of the outcome. Thank you.
Clozo.
So I'll be voting in favor of no confidence. I deeply empathize with the Senate president. To be put in this situation is hard. I found myself in the same position last year, and it was incredibly hard. It was incredibly hard to hear from the fellow justices that they didn't have any confidence in me, that they no longer thought that I should remain as a justice. And just like the Senate president, I stood firm and tall. I disagreed with those sentiments and refused to resign when former Chief Justice Silva requested that of me. But unfortunately, fortunately, I would say, because being in Senate is the best thing ever, I was sanctioned. I was suspended from my office due to actions that the Judicial Council found inappropriate. It was really hard because I loved being a justice. I was a justice alongside other members that who were like SGLC with me. So it was a great honor to be alongside them. However, I made a mistake, several, according to the council, actions that involve consequences. I had to, live with the consequences of my actions. Even though I thought that, my words didn't have impact, they did. And I had to face those actions, and I had to face the consequences of those actions. And as Senate President Pullman has said throughout this evening, she's made mistakes. And I believe the actions of her mistakes is in agreement with the consequence that we are introducing, a vote of no confidence. Not being in the corner of Senate, not being a support system to Senate and advocating for Senate and saying terms of, well, I'm advocating behind closed doors. Well, why behind closed doors? We're right here. We are looking to you to guide us, to support us. So we disagree with the other branches. So what? We're Senate. We deal with the budget. We confirmed all the other branches, the cabinet members, the justices. We did all of that. So we have a sense of responsibility. I apologize if some Senate members felt as though they've been blindsided. I was blindsided too. I walked into a judicial council meeting and a hearing was called without my knowledge at all. And yes, did I feel disgruntled? Did I feel like kind of disheartened? Yeah. However, I understood that because, you know, if it was told to me, or in this case, if we did spread the word that we had no confidence in the Senate president, drama would start. Drama would start in this very room. It would cause division amongst every single senator in here. It would also cause division within the judicial branch and within the executive branch. You know, and we obviously didn't want that to happen. I see now that maybe we should have been more transparent. However, I wouldn't let that lead to the notion that there is no basis for the vote of no confidence. You know, it's been brought up that, oh, well, there's no violations of statutes here. Well, I've mentioned some. I also one I forgot to mention, we don't have a sergeant of arms. And to my conversations with the Senate pro tempore, that wasn't her decision. It was a decision of the Senate president to not have a sergeant at arms, because if you read statutes, it's concurrence. And I guess that's another example. But again, we chose not to go that avenue because I feel as though this is more appropriate. And whatever the outcome of this hearing today, I don't regret advising these members to go with a vote of no confidence. We elected our leadership, the pro tempore and the Senate president. So we should decide whether or not the Senate president or the pro tempore should stay. And I feel as though the evidence is sufficient, especially looking at Aile Akuda's testimony. I mean, Aile Akuda had firsthand knowledge. She was in the office of the Senate president, and she is telling us that she herself has no confidence in the Senate president, the person that she is supposed to be assisting. I really just want to emphasize that there has to be consequences to individuals' actions. And, I reject the notion that just because we have 3 or 4 months left, that we should just remain with the same Senate president. I disagree with that. There needs to be a leadership change. You can't just, want to fix things because your job is being called into question. You can't just suddenly start doing the right things because your job is being called into question. Your job is being called into question because you weren't doing the right things. And that's an issue. I can't believe it takes to essentially threaten someone, their job, to see change. Merch is heavily important. Merch is very important, especially when it comes to Senate. We table SBA. We're trying to get new senators in this room, and I'm proud that this room is really full. And I'm proud of how many senators ENA has confirmed. So I wouldn't dismiss that. Merch is essential. Merch allows students to approach us. Hey, are you in student government? Oh, I'm very interested in joining. Oh, can you tell me a little bit more of that? Because I've been approached. I mean, there's senators in this room who've personally come up to me during tabling and interested in becoming a senator because we had merch saying that we were Senate, saying that we were student government. Additionally, with the website, as many of you know, I have a twin brother, and he's the vice president of ASCE. And when I tell you, RSOs heavily rely on the website to get our emails, to get contact. And when that's not updated and, they're not communicating with the correct person, that's a big error. When they were confused with the fact of who was what vice chair of what and what chair of what and who do they need to contact. And thankfully, my twin brother could come to me because I'm in student government. So I was able to be like, oh, CRT chair is Adam Kringle, then we have the FAO chair, then the ORS chair, things like that. I wouldn't easily dismiss these things. The only branch that has a semi-updated with photos website is the judicial branch. The justices have their photos up with their bios. The executive branch doesn't have photos. I don't know why, seeing as they have the division of communications. But, I really do reject the notion that this is extreme. It's not extreme. my own sanctioning, my own suspension wasn't extreme, because those were the consequences of my actions. And I would hope every individual in this room would agree with the fact that when you mess up, there are consequences and you have to face them. So I leave you all with that, and thank you.
Richmond? ELA Richmond, present and voting, so noted at 10:43 p.m. Banesh, Lazo, Gaudio, sorry.
Hello, Senate body. I am very on the fence about this and will probably be abstaining. I feel as though both sides, I really do respect both sides. First of all, let me just say to the issuers, I really sympathize with you, and I'm sorry that you felt as though this was an avenue you had to take. And I also sympathize with Senate President Pullman. I can understand how this might be a hit to the chest, that some people who are really close to you in your own office even have come up with this motion. But I just feel as though both parties are very duplicitous, if that makes sense. I feel like there's a lot of snarkiness and a little bit of attitude on both sides being thrown around, especially when we were answering questions earlier. And the evidence provided, I don't feel like it makes enough sense to have this motion, although I can understand why we might do a censure or non-compliance. I do agree that merch is very important as a caucus leadership. Trust me, I understand that, but you guys are doing excellently by yourselves, by your lonesome. I've had people come up to me, y'all know I do Knights Pantry. I've had people come up to me talking about the stuff that Chair Hamid's doing, the stuff that Chair Colazzo's doing, without that much merch or hubbub. So I don't know. But I also, looking at the evidence of the way Speaker Pullman speaks to her peers, it's a little bit jarring to me. I've personally never had this happen to me. I feel like Speaker Pullman is very respectful towards me and the people that I see her interact with, but those text messages and those anecdotes were really jarring to me. So I'm really on the fence.
Lazo.
How do I begin this? So as a Senate president, not only do we elect them, but we elect them on the grounds that it is their responsibility to, not only chair meetings and regulate the business of the body, but as well as to be Senate's fiercest defender, its top advocate, and its champion for growth. But as it stands, the Senate president has failed to do each of these to her fullest potential. And I don't say that lightly. And I don't say that to be snarky or to be a power grab, which unfortunately is not a word that should ever be used in a professional setting. The current Senate president has left the best interest of the body down by repeatedly delaying everything that we have mentioned, delaying addressing the comments that we've had, delaying every single issue that we've ever had, and saying, I'll get to it. I understand that there obviously has to be time and grace given to things and given to issues, but we have unfortunately seen it snowball, and it is affecting our ability to work in leadership. Similarly, on that topic, without the support of the Senate president, which is one of the most important things about their job, many committees and many events that these committees have hosted have been done without a budget, without marketing, without physical or even emotional financial support, which I understand budgets are tight, inflation's real, but the one person whose duty it is to support that body hasn't been doing that. And I am so proud of the work that members of this body have accomplished. And I am proud of, all the growth and leadership that people have been able to do and the new heights that they have reached in their positions. Even the new senators, they are growing as we speak. But I do not want their efforts and the efforts of those that I've seen grow in leadership. I don't want their efforts in tabling or in outreach or in reaching out to other campuses and connecting with them to be unfairly attributed to a Senate president who did not support them. And that really is part of one of the main roots of why we are here. We have no confidence in our ability for the Senate president to support us or to respect us. I also find it very disappointing for the Senate president to continue to not address the issues with her transparency. While I understand there are certain things that are out of her control, The downtown day issue is one of those things that she has steadfastly said was out of my control. There's nothing I could do. The issue is not about the inability to advocate for us. The issue isn't with what you do and don't have control over. It is the inability to communicate that advocacy, whether successful or not, out of respect for the Senate body and the information surrounding choices that affect them and the information surrounding student fees and student funds that are being not able for the students to be able to use. And I find this lack of accountability and transparency dangerous to the well-being of the Senate, as well as its place in student government. Transparency is not a statute or something that we can say is set in our Constitution, but the ethics surrounding it are 100% clearly explained in our Golden Rule handbooks, as well as the matters of what a no confidence can stand on. Unfortunately, without much transparency as to what occurs behind closed doors, there's little proof, whether it's written or told to us in like Senate meetings or in Senate executive meetings, that we can look to for accountability. And that one person whose job it is to advocate for this body and by extension our students has repeatedly shown their inability to just advocate for us and to respect us. And what I find most deplorable, as I've mentioned, is that there is a lack of respect. The manner in which she believes it's okay to speak to senators or to people in leadership has on multiple occasions been resorting to shouting, to demeaning, to pulling rank. And that's not how a senator or a Senate president should be leading. They should be leading through their actions. They should be leading in their ability to respect us and to assist us in our goals. Speech and tone has been used that I would never want to use or would never want to hear as a professional. It's unconducive to a healthy workplace environment. And in the aftermath of these events, it has only really grown and made me disappointed in how the Senate has resulted to becoming more and more unprofessional. There has been rumors circulating on both sides of this body, and that not only misunderstands like fundamentally the purpose of a no confidence, but it's also causing further division and issues with transparency and with accountability and facing what you've said to the Senate body. And this is a Senate body that I love. I didn't take the Deputy of Senate Relations job because Deputy of Senate Relations. I care about how senators relate to each other. I care about how we respect each other. And I'm not here and I didn't sign that memorandum because I don't want people to disrespect each other. And that starts with the Senate president. Senate, this just, unfortunately, and I hate to say it, is not a person that respects us, respects the work we do, respects the leaders that put her in the position of power. And it is unfortunate that I highly advocate for a no confidence.
Gaudio,
May I make a motion and then speak?
what is the motion?
I would like to make a motion to restrict individual speaking time, so for each person to 3 minutes, because I understand everyone has a lot to say, but a lot of people also want to talk, and I think it would be fair to restrict the speaking time of each person to 3 minutes.
If there has been a motion to limit individual speaking time to 3 minutes, are there any objections? Seeing none, I have the timer. Go ahead and speak.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure where I personally stand on this issue, as to me it feels systemic more than anything, in that there's just been sort of a communication breakdown in general, be it the office of the Senate President, pro tempore, or the chairs. And in my view, leadership is not a group which should be working behind closed doors. In general, they do have a responsibility to communicate issues which arrived, and this can be handled without raising chaos. If there are issues with events, then a committee deserves to know why they're happening. If the issue is dealt with, then it's been dealt with and there's no issue. What matters is, are the tasks that need to get done getting done? We are professionals. We can inform others of events while still remaining objective. The idea of innocence or issues with newer senators is built on the idea that people cannot remain professional or impersonal, be it leadership or the newer senator. And this is a mindset which I find to be very, frankly, toxic. And I believe that ultimately leadership, while they are the leaders, they are nonetheless beholden to the body, and the body does not necessarily need to be shielded from concerns which do not directly concern them.
All right. Hamid, Hall, Richmond.
So I kind of quickly want to go into the concept of this being a power grab. And I want to talk about what I've kind of lost through this process. I've lost friends in the Senate president.
I've lost what I perceive to be friends in ELA Richmond and senators like Senator Green. And to me, I value my friendships more than anything. I love my friends, and that is because I don't know why. I feel as though there has been a lot of rumors circulating, not caused by the members who signed the memorandum, because all of us wanted to make sure that when it was presented, that the Senate would not have any preconceived notions as to anyone's side. We wanted to come in and let both sides, blank slate for everyone, hear what we have to say, and then make a decision. During my conversation with the Senate president over winter break, she told me that she had vented her frustrations to fellow SG agents, and I believe that that may have led to maybe some of this happening, but also I'm not sure, as I believe that members who signed the memorandum, we would only vent our frustrations to each other once we knew that we were doing this, because we wanted to make sure that Senate had the blank slate to view both sides equally with no prior information so we could look at the facts. I've also lost my good blood pressure. I've lost a lot of sleep. I've lost, the trust that I feel, and I feel like I've also lost just my faith that I'm not being lied to a lot. I feel like
remaining.
Huh? I'm sorry.
1 minute remaining.
Okay. And so I'm sorry that you feel blindsided, but we wanted to make sure that we came in blank slate. I also want to talk about how she did not fulfill a lot of her duties that she said that she would do in her presentation. She said that she would meet with caucus and committee leadership multiple times throughout the semesters. She didn't do that. It's not just one or two things happening. It's not just merch. It's not just caucus stuff. It's a pattern of behavior of her disrespecting us in our roles and not really recognizing the work that we are doing, and instead claiming that, well, as a branch, we've done it, but she hasn't really supported a lot of the things that the branch has done.
Okay, did I say anybody after? Okay, no, I said Hall and then Richmond.
Yeah, so I'm not going to go on some broad soliloquy about the nature of Senate at a fundamental level. I was a former speaker. We make mistakes. Speaker Pullman has admitted to many of those mistakes. The challenge that I find with this process, and what I keep hearing, and I respect the issuers in the sense that, yes, at the end of the day, they have the right to make this motion. The question is, was it the right thing to do? Now, you already, and I agree with Senator Gumarov that you already have 3 of the signatures all give varying explanations as to why they signed it, but that they are not solidly on it the same way others are, which to me, I think further complicates the process. Own it, you signed it. And I would just question why it is we reached the point that we did, because what I keep hearing is this idea we didn't want to turn this into a circus. We didn't want to, we respect, the speaker and we empathize with her. The only reason this is happening at its fundamental level, why we are seeing this and why we have now spent almost 3 hours talking about it, is because this was issued and this was made. That own the fact that when you make a motion of no confidence, that is a very serious motion to make. Own it. Because I keep hearing these ideas of I've lost friends over this, or I've had these challenges and things like that. But ultimately, to a certain degree, what did you expect when you made the idea of a motion way back in the last session, but then ended up not doing it? So by then, half the chamber found out about it. And now 2 months basically have passed by where obviously more information would come out. To me, at the end of the day, the only reason this is a circus was because this was handled very poorly. The fact that in that Senate exec meeting that happened, it was Speaker Pullman that had to ask about that motion the day where they were initially planning to do it. If you ask me, just shows that, yeah, unfortunately, it's hard to not feel like this wasn't meant to
1
be
minute
blindsided.
remaining.
And the last thing I'll just say is I've heard a lot of things about tone and that the speaker is disrespectful. Some of the signatories, as late as last week, had to apologize for their own tone on the floor in relation to how they spoke to certain senators. So I will not sit here and be sanctimoniously lectured to when ultimately I do agree with Senator Gaudio that it appears to be much more of a systematic problem rather than pinning it all onto one individual, when frankly, I've seen a pretty poor display from a lot of people involved in this process as a whole. So, I don't support this motion. That was very clear with my questioning and whatnot. And I would highly encourage everyone to really think long and hard about what Senator Reed said of, this is going to impact us one way or the other. There were a lot of ways this could have been done that we didn't have to sit here for 3
10
hours
seconds remaining.
and litigate Speaker Pullman's existence and her character, which I think is unfair to her and unfair to this body to have to go through, to go so far as to say that she is disrespectful and that her character is a fundamental flaw. I think
Your
nobody
3
should have
minutes
to sit
has
through that.
elapsed. Richmond?
We've heard a lot about transparency. So for full transparency, the dinner that we had at Bar Louie was completely and utterly about this motion. I came in level-headed. I'm not very close to Allison this year. I work full-time, have 3 jobs, I guess, at the public defender's office. Haven't been in the office. I wanted to hear both sides. I obviously have not experienced disrespect. And I think even Allison has admitted that some things she could have worded better. And I completely agree. But at dinner, as Halima texted me, please, I'm begging, let's continue this discussion maybe
Can you
after
please
Senate.
use titles? I'll restart the type, but please just use like chair titles or.
Yes, ILA Akuda. Please come to dinner with us after. We can all fill you in. Just to clear that up. Then to go into caucus leadership meetings, I feel that it is irrational when there are 3 who are in charge of doing this and disappointing. And why wouldn't caucus leadership do it? They can call a meeting. That's how it's been done in the past and was noted on the floor of this session when we saw an internal bill. Now twice I saw to put this in statutes and ultimately failed for being seen as over legislation. And last meeting, we even saw a senator mention that messages often go unanswered. I can't help but feel a sense of gratitude for Speaker Pullman's leadership through these times of change. Not only is she a student, but she is a person that has put her all into this position, spending what seems like entire days in the office. This motion is a miscarriage of justice, an abuse of power, and pursuit of power. Speaker Pullman has continuously advocated for senators and their initiatives. It is clear. I remember Speaker Pullman has only ever showed Senate's best interests at heart. Speaker Pullman has maintained her promises and is working towards her initiatives daily. Over the summer, I was reached out to a senator about no confidencing Danny. I immediately texted Allison about it, and then I received a text from Chair Hamid saying she told Allison about it, so hopefully it is fixed. And in the fall, a senator again wanted to know confidence. Speaker Pullman facilitated productive conversations so that these individuals could grow and change for the better. Something that was not done for Allison. This motion could have been done through different avenues. There's not too much that goes against statutes, if anything. She should have ordered the merch. I agree. It's clear that this is an abuse of power and pursuit of power. At the dinner that I mentioned in the final meeting of last semester, Pro Temp Morissette told me she planned to run for speaker, which didn't align with what she was telling Speaker Pullman. She told Speaker Pullman that she was advocating for her. At the dinner, Pro Temp Morissette said Speaker Pullman was gaslighting her, saying that if this was the other way around, she would be going to bat for Pro Temp Morissette. But what Pro Temp Morissette didn't know is that's what Speaker Pullman did just that. So something she couldn't believe was actually the reality.
Okay, again, use titles. So Senator blank, Chair blank, Senate President blank, Janadra, Chauhan, Ravi.
So basically, I don't like to sugarcoat things. I like it straightforward. When it comes to professional settings, sometimes we have to keep our emotions at home and forget about what we are doing. I have been into many professional settings before coming to Senate, and I have been dismissed by my supervisors, superiors, and have been said things that are not very kind not even kind, the nicest thing to say. So forget about that. If things are not being done, that should be called upon. But here, I don't think this is the right reasons or the best reasons to call for this motion to non-confidence vote. I get it. People have feelings. They get hurt. Move on with it. So keeping the feelings on side. If reason would be the work has not been done by the president or Senate president. Sorry, my bad. But I don't think the not ordering merge or updating the website were the right reasons to get someone off their position. So that's it.
Chauhan. Okay. I feel Speaker Pullman has shown that she is actively addressing the concerns brought up and making positive changes to the Senate body, and is showing that she is capable of continuing to lead as Senate president. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you only abstain if you have a conflict of interest and not if you're confused. But I feel that there are alternative ways to handle the situation, and for those reasons, I will be voting against the vote of no confidence against Speaker Pullman and I hope she remains in her position because I trust her and I have confidence in her ability to be speaker for these next 4 months.
Okay, Ravi, Thas, then Kringle.
Hello, everyone. I was not aware of this, just like previous senators mentioned about all these issues until last week, and I didn't make up any mind. And I had some questions in between, but many other people asked those questions already. Two things came to my mind was one is Senator Richmond and Senator Dillon here mentioned about it. I looked at the wordings of those messages. It was not good. I had to say that. And people have addressed it and made sure to address it. So I'm not going to talk about that. And the other point, something previous senator Dillon mentioned was the things that you accuse of are the same thing you actually practice in this Senate, from my observation. Limited observation, but in my observation. And yeah, it doesn't feel fair. And as far as to looking at those write-ups, my judgment here is that the issue is more to do with the disrespect, less to do with the procedural things people have been talking about. And this could be addressed by making a conversation and trying to fix it. And this is, given that both parties are at fault and one accusing another, it doesn't feel right in my opinion. And I vote against this motion, this one. And you can make a meaningful and constructive conversation, bringing everything. Something that previously mentioned was not everybody knew about it. Maybe half of the Senate did. I didn't know about it. I was not here until in November or December. So bringing this to every other senator's attention and having a constructive discussion on the floor on how do we approach it further is the most reasonable thing to do rather than going for asking for resignation. It's very unproductive. That said, it also sets an example to like this kind of disrespect is not tolerated. I appreciate that part, but going for resignation is not a constructive move. And again, I vote against this asking for resignation. Thank you.
Okay, Thas.
Hello. I don't know if I'm allowed to make this motion, but motion to end debate at 11:20 p.m.
There's been a motion for.
I object.
Can I ask why?
withdraw.
That would give like additional 4 people. There's a lot of hands up still, and 11:20. We have plenty of time to still get through the stuff, the committee reports, everything else we need to get through.
Yes.
So since it's 11:07, if we don't finish this now, what then happens? Like tonight, if we don't finish this tonight, like with debate, like then what happens?
technically, you could table it. I strongly recommend you don't do that. But technically, that would be a thing you could do.
Thoughts? Did you wish to speak in debate?
I just think most people already have their mind made up, but if Adam is adamant on this, then I will withdraw.
Okay. Kringle. Lipner, Green, and then Alcuda.
Yeah, I think the main pieces of debate that have been brought up is about caucuses. It's about whether or not the website's been updated, the merch. The issue is not, whether the Senate president is nice, but it's about our trust and our confidence, hence the name No Confidence, in their abilities to lead and to grow and to get back to a point where we have confidence. You've listened to the testimonials and the questions answered by the people on the memorandum who still very definitely confidently are going through with this motion and believe it is the right call. I don't think any of the 7 that have signed that have backed down from this motion. We've all defended our choices and very adamantly said we want to vote and withhold a vote on no confidence. But the Senate president, it's about their actions. It's about what they've actually done. From the first few weeks of Senate, great. They're off to a great start. They're doing everything they need to do. The 6 to 7 months in between, it's been nothing but foot off the pedal, no help, not getting their actions done. If it takes 8 months to make a website happen and to get some basic updates, that's why we're bringing these up. These are basic things that can be done within a month of trying. I have done it. I have gone through to ask for updates and seen updates happen. If these updates have been held for 6 months with no action and they've been submitted a long time ago, what's being done for those actions and those proposals to take place? That is why we have lost confidence, is these small things, such as websites, such as merch, and many, many other actions that they have taken, which is why we no longer have confidence. These tasks need to get done, and they're not getting done. It's too many actions in the relative time frame of the very beginning and now, and it's just too late. Of course, they're trying to make it. They're trying to make amends. Of course, their job's being called into question. But it's those 6 months in between where we've seen no growth and no help from the leadership. Being ready in those last 3 months does not make up for the months that we've lost trust. Conversations have been had, but there's just been no avail. We want to trust our leadership and no longer can.
1 minute remaining.
Another part that was brought up in the Senate President's discussion was, further initiatives with the budget. Their budget packet was submitted incorrect. I've met with them. I've helped them talk through it. It was still submitted to me incorrectly without any other reach out for help. I've said, please come to me for help if you need help. It was submitted incorrectly. It was submitted under budget. It could have been increased to help Senate initiatives, to help our Senate accounts, but it was submitted at the budget incorrectly, with the only adjustments being made basically to increase our operations a little bit and our OPS to account for minimum wage. No efforts were made to increase our fiscal accounts, to restart the Senate initiatives, our speaker initiatives. That would have to be brought up by other members of the ASFC committee. That's just one of the pieces of debate I wanted to talk about.
Lipner.
Yeah, I kind of want to echo what Thos has just recently said. I think a lot of us have already made up our minds in the first 2, maybe 3 hours of questioning. And now as we go into hour 4, I really just want to speak to those who are kind of in the middle. In the decision of this, I really want to echo also what I believe, I'm sorry, remind me of your last name, Chauhan, mentioned regarding an abstinence. That is only for when you are, abstaining. It's only for when you have a bias towards the outcome. So most of us should not be voting abstaining here. We should be voting yes or no. And in that, I urge you all to vote no, because if you don't have anything personal in terms of concerns with the president, I don't see how this could urge you to do so in any way, shape, or form. As a caucus leadership member, I have not personally had any kind of concerns in that aspect. I understand that merch is a big issue, but as we have all kind of discussed, this is an issue with all 3 branch heads. It's not just Senate President Pullman. And as a result, I actually want to commend Senate President Pullman for trying her best to keep caucuses in action despite the lack of support from the other 2 branches. In my caucus with
we have the Sustainability and Innovation Coordinator Camarado with us, which has made access to exec resources a lot easier. But I know a lot of other caucuses don't have that access, so I sympathize for that and wish that we had more access to Bryce and to the the president and to head of judicial to ensure that they can hold up their end of the bargain. And as a result, I understand why merch has not been purchased. Because we were looking for more funding from those other groups, Senate President Pullman was probably holding off until that funding was given. And since it was not given, we had to pull funding from other areas to get that merch created. So altogether, there is typically a reason for the madness.
1 minute
and I
remaining.
want you all to exist with a sense of understanding, a sense of empathy, and a sense of respect. Thank you.
Green.
Thank you. So I would like to speak against this motion of no confidence. Regarding the actions of the issuers, I must voice my fundamental disagreement with not first pursuing a censure or a writ of noncompliance prior to issuing last week's vote of no confidence. As well as the choice to not inform the rest of Senate leadership and caucus leadership. So for the sake of transparency, I have to voice the concern of, because earlier they had mentioned that they were making this decision in the best interest of the Senate. How can we take that at face value when the rest of leadership, Senate and caucus, was not also informed about this, about the memorandum that was given to Speaker Pullman's desk 2 months ago, or the intention of the no confidence vote, which would have come about around the same time, again, 2 months ago. So for the sake of transparency, that is why I'm voicing this concern. And I would also encourage the rest of y'all to vote down this motion. Thank you. I yield my time.
Shen DeCara Corelli.
Okay, I will try to speak as politely as possible because I understand the sentiments that a lot of the speech hasn't been polite. But, as was previously said, I just don't believe something like merchandise is significant enough to remove Speaker Pullman from her position. I've never had one person approach me when wearing my polo and ask me, oh, where can I join? And then furthermore, I forget who said it earlier, they talked about old merch. The entire office is full of wasted merch that was purchased. It's not been effective. Things that are useful, like caucus name tags, have been purchased by Speaker Pullman. And then, I just want everyone in this room to really ask themselves, has this been a successful session? Have I gotten things that needed to be done for the student body to be done? Is there anything that Pullman truly did that prohibited the student body from successfully operating? Because ultimately, that is what matters here, the student body, not us. I'm not going to act like I am as fiscally knowledgeable as Chair Caringle, who I do greatly respect, but I can say that CRT has had an incredibly successful year, minus multiple mistakes on the pro temp's office, not Allison. If something like that's significant, that's sending students with money to multiple conferences, registration events, networking events, if that's been successful, has it really been that bad? And then, just to end off, in a professional setting, I'm a very, very boring person. I don't like coming into the office hearing, cussing, sex jokes, etc. Going into my committee and having someone, constantly talk about how they don't want to be there, being on their phone, abstaining the whole time. Allison has been nothing but professional. When people go in an office, a public office, and they're making, like I said, sex jokes, cussing, she tells them to stop. It's, that's, yeah, but yeah, that's it.
Okay, who did I say next? Oh, Okuda.
Good evening, Senate. I, like many of you, believed in the Senate president. I did not arrive to this position easily, and I do not expect all of you to do so either. I understand and hear many of you that are confused or that have even remained unwilling to hear us out. However, I implore each of you to keep in mind that while valid, your positive experiences and personal perceptions of the Senate president alone do not negate the arguments you've heard against her leadership. While I also have positive experiences and perceptions of the Senate President, that is not a reason to overlook or dismiss contrasting experiences I and others have had. The motion to no confidence in the Senate President is undoubtedly a serious matter. In my testimonial within the evidence provided, I break down every experience that led me to this position sequentially with as much evidence as possible. I hope that by reading this, each of you are able to rationalize the complexity of our decision to request the resignation of the Senate President and now rationalize our position in moving to no confidencer. I continuously bit my tongue even when I experienced issues that were never addressed because that is how much I once believed in the Senate President's leadership, and my loyalty was instinctual. Even where we disagreed, I proudly represented the Speaker's office and defended the leadership of the Senate President. As ILA, I not only serve as a representative of the Speaker's office, but I represent the entirety of the legislative branch and Senate body to the future generation of agents through the Student Government Leadership Council and the Senate Leadership Council. When only 6 out of 66 individuals I was leading indicated that Senate was their first choice, with the overwhelming majority choosing it as their least desired choice, I found myself breaking down in the Senate President's office, feeling as though she was the last person I could call for support or strength to move forward. The following day, when I sent an email describing all of my struggles, which you can find in my testimonial, I, as one of her most staunch supporters and defenders, was not met with any solutions, but the words, "I do not answer to anyone." Words she has admitted to saying to me, and I knew in that moment that I was right in my decision not to call her at my lowest point. At this point, she can say whatever she wants to provide why she said those words to me, but that does not excuse her from accountability or consequences for saying them and exemplifying the same attitude in her actions and lack of support for 8 months. I was forced to confront that there was an entirely different side to the Senate President that had taken charge, one I did not recognize nor elect into this position. While I understand the shell shock of this realization, I implore you all to do your due diligence by reviewing all the evidence and hear all the experiences to arrive at an unbiased and rightful decision. I personally will be voting to no confidence Senate President Allison Pullman so we can finally have the opportunity to be led by a leader who has only one side and one overarching goal: to finish out what little we have left in this session as strong as possible, and I encourage you all to do the same.
I'm gonna go Connolly and then DeCara.
So I'm just having like a little bit of a hard time. I guess I'm understanding the sentiments that are being brought by everyone who introduced this, but if this was such a dire circumstance, I don't know why it had been 8 months since we've heard about it. And I'm someone that, like, after Senate, I go to my apartment, I do my own thing. It's like nothing like I'm hearing anything else from anyone else. So I just don't understand that if this was something that led to this, because I feel like this is pretty like extreme, not saying that it's not working with the sentiments, but if it was something that led up to this, I don't know why this is the first time I'm hearing about it, or like from last meeting too. So.
DeCara and then Corelli. I'm so sorry.
I guess we're talking about transparency. I remember on the meeting just before break, we went to winter recess, and in that time I was working with Senator Smith on a bill, and it come to my attention that during that time of the recess that ELA Richmond had spoken about the current rumor as that we were trying to oust them, oust Senate President Pullman. And additionally, that was also spoken to Senator Sherman. And I sat there going, I wasn't going out of my time to, tell someone how I felt about something. I was waiting for them, if they had a question, that they could ask. It's not my job to tell you, to pull a question out of you. I'm here to inform you any way I can if you want to understand my side. And that's I sat with Senator Smith and Senator Sherman, and I explained what had happened. And I was like, I want to be transparent. And I will also, as my message for when the memorandum was issued, I said, Thursday, January 9th, at 8:05 p.m. I go, if any of you have questions about the memorandum, let me know. Both me and Chair Karingo believe it is critical to be transparent about it. Additionally, another senator raised that they had, another senator who raised that there was rumors. They just told him to just make sure to be here for Senate. And I messaged back to the Senate, go, if you have any questions about the memorandum, please ask me. I've always been transparent about this stuff. So to believe that this is a power grab, which is also, while I'm on break on my cruise, I get a text from a senator being that a rumor is being spread that I'm using it as revenge, which I do not appreciate. While I'm trying to enjoy my time again, being accusatory. Additionally, the other rumor being spread while we're also on break is that the pro temp was using it to the speaker and the DC was using it to the pro temp. I think we do not have enough time to go around and spread these rumors. And, this is a power grab. Like, we are people outside of this. We definitely have things to be working on outside of this. So it made no sense for us to do this. Additionally, in my testimonial, I talk about how the Senate president, exhibits behavioral of when I was talking about a bill, I was answering a question. She was actually shaking her head in disapproval. And in the span of this past time,
1 minute remaining.
Chair Collazo answered a question. She shook her head. And then during the debate of Ayla Kuda, she is shaking her head. She is doing the behavioral that we talked about, something that she once spoke in her as the chair just said, to not do. And additionally, she has said this multiple times before in her announcements during meetings. So even in a time we are questioning her behavior, she is still exhibiting behavior that she once told us not to do, and the chair told us not to do. So I'm saying this right on transparency. Like, I'm just saying how I see it. Like, I'm literally staring, seeing it right here. Even Chair Karinkle can even see it itself because we talked about it. So I know you may have your reservations on merch and stuff, but you have to look more on the principle of integrity, which is what she ran on as speaker. Open mindfulness, being a leader. But when we, people who we look to her, who we coincided with her so many times, and then feeling not there anymore, how can we truly see her as Senate President Pullman?
Corelli.
Yeah, these are all pretty serious issues that have been brought up, and I can respect the signatories in the memorandum for bringing them up. The only issue is that they were never brought up before in Senate, at least not during forum. So me and many others were never aware of them until last week. So I'll be voting against this motion.
Rodriguez, Thos, Gumarov.
Okay, well, we've been on this topic for a while, and I think that no one's really changing their mind. So, motion to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the no confidence of Senate President Pullman. Are there any objections? Are you objecting?
Point of information. So in the course of this, may I ask? So in the course of this vote, a yes would be in support of the motion, correct? Whereas no would be indication of it?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
So another clarification point, yes is removal, no is not removal. Okay.
All right, we are now in a period of voting.
Yes for removal, no for not removal. Yes in favor of the vote of no confidence.
With a vote count of 12 to 30 to 2, the motion fails.
Okay, I don't even know where we're on the agenda. All right, I think I can get, oh wait, she never formally yielded the chair back, did she? Okay.
I yield the chair back to Senate President Pullman.
Thank you. I see hands. Lynn?
Can I motion to take a 10-minute break?
I was going to do that, or
Okay.
I was, or just end the meeting is another option.
We still need to go through fiscal committee reports.
This is true. Thank you. Okay. We'll do all the important stuff, and I think we could all use a breather. So I think it's okay to end this meeting. Okay. So that's old business. Okay. Wait, I always get lost in the agenda. Okay. Fiscal Committee Caucus time 9, Fiscal Committee reports, CRT, Chair Kringle.
Hi, guys. All right, so in committee, we approved 56, 399, 402, 407, 408, 409, 411 through 419, 422, 423, 424, 426, and 427. Postpone 56, 405, 406, 410, 420, and 421. And we PPI 56, 389, 395, and 425. Also, if you're in the committee, thank you, Ryan. Please do the winter meet because we can't meet next Monday.
Any questions for Chair Kringle? All right, seeing none. Next is FAO Chair Kaufman.
Hello, we had a great meeting on Tuesday. We approved 56, 128, 134 through 140, and 142 through 154, and we postponed 56, 141.
Any questions for Chair Kaufman? All right, seeing none. ORS Committee Chair Rose.
First meeting will be tomorrow at 2 in the conference room.
Perfect. Any questions? All right, seeing none. Fiscal. Okay. How are we feeling? Okay, got you.
Motion to move to advisor reports.
Object. Do the proclamation.
I withdraw.
Sounds good. All right. Is there a motion to move to internal legislation? Is there a motion? I don't know if we do this. Motion to move to notice of legislation on second reading. Any objections? All right, seeing none. Don't know if I had to do that, but that's okay. Proclamation 5625, proclamation declaring the month of January as National Cervical Cancer Awareness Month. Lazo, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, just to keep it short, this is basically going to go hand in hand with that women's health fair that I've been talking about. Cervical cancer to me is really important. My mom had cervical cancer, and that was the most scariest thing to go through. I don't wish that on anybody. And the thing that's really upsetting about it is that cervical cancer is something that can be prevented. As I mentioned in the proclamation, if you get to your vaccinations, if you have safe sex, and if you know about your cervical procedures and what to do, you can be really informed and even protected or even immune. With the experience of my mother and my grandmother, and me having the gene for it, my mother did the initiative of giving me the Gardasil vaccine. And that is something that I want every person who is susceptible to HPV and susceptible to cervical cancer to know about. Oof, I hate crying. But that just shows how special this is to me, how special the health fair is to me. And I really just want you guys to vote in favor because my mom would be so proud.
We're now in line for questioning. Metellus.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Banesh.
May I retain?
You may.
Yeah, I'll be voting in favor of this bill. My dad has cancer, not cervical cancer, obviously, but anything having to do with cancer is really near and dear to my heart. And it's really heartbreaking seeing somebody like the people you love go through such a terrible thing, especially a preventable cancer. So this is something I really want to advocate for. And I'm so sorry, Lazo, for what you've had to deal with. I'll be voting in favor and I move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. With a vote count of 41 to 0 to 1, proclamation 5625 passes on second reading. I would like to go through Senate Forum really quickly so that I can say a little piece. This was a hard night, really very briefly. So Senate Forum, okay. That was really rough. I don't really know what to say. I couldn't really think past today. I would like to further address these things, probably not at 11:30. The past 2 months have been like insane. It's just been crazy. Probably one of the most challenging times of my life. But I can't quit on you guys, and I'm not going to quit on student government when I know it's not right. I'm here for all of you. We will work to rebuild our leadership team and this chamber. I think someone said it earlier, there are systematic issues that I think we all just have to lock in and find a way to fix it. But I would like to thank you guys for putting your trust back in me, and it's going to be a good 4 months, and I won't let you down. Thank you for challenging me, as always, because this job has been nothing less of that. I won't keep talking for long because it is 11:30, but I will be going. At some point, we will be having further conversations. However, I think right now it's just time we can chill out. I'm not necessarily celebrating. I think that there's a lot of issues that need to be addressed, but I want to be a part of that solution. That's why I stayed. So I think I'm going to end it off on that. Anyone wishing to speak in forum, Varela?
I can make a motion about legislation in forum, right?
You can do it.
I can make a motion about the bills. Just to postpone the bills in forum, right?
Oh, yes, we
do I
will
have
do.
to move back to the second reading?
That is my bad. Yes. Or we can go to old business.
This is a new business though. The bills they need to be postponed.
Okay.
I guess a motion to move the new business.
Wait, what?
Right? The bills aren't in old business. They're in new business. So
Yeah. So are you wanting to postpone them?
yes.
So you just.
Oh, from here? Okay.
Oh,
fine.
wait.
Can I?
I
Brody.
think I'm confused.
If you don't postpone it, they just end up in old business next week, so you don't need to postpone it.
Yeah, we can just do them in old business. All good. Okay. Courts.
Okay, I'll just say the second part of my committee speech that I was going to have. So thank you for all bearing with me through that entire process. It was very stressful. It was very scary having everyone's eyes on me. And I'm not going to lie, I love and respect all of you guys, but when I say something and I repeat it and it's still kind of just swept over, don't do that anymore, please. Don't do that to Speaker Pullman. Don't do that to anybody has the chair. But what I will say is that I still urge all of you to maintain a level of respect for each other. Issues have been raised. Like, these issues did not have zero basis. It's not like somebody came in and they were like, oh, issues that were raised on both sides. And not only did we hear issues from those who filed a no confidence, we heard it from regular senators who said that those who issued were being hypocritical. So you've learned the different avenues you can go. You can have a conversation. You can have a non-compliance, which go through my committee. You can have a censure that also goes through my committee. But there are things you can do. You don't have to just put up with the way that somebody acts if you think that you are being treated wrongly. And it is your right, and it is our right to finish out this session great. Whew, I said that without shaking. Wow.
All right. Okay, we have a few people wanting to speak. We'll do, remember it is 11:30. If it's quick, go ahead.
Sorry to Chair Kringle. I didn't say chair earlier, and then Andrew for leaving earlier. I was having problems with my guts. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Oh, is there a list? I'm sorry. My bad. Okay, Takara.
I'm just gonna echo in the sense that I guess most people said that there was like they had witnessed, the members being hypocritical. Like, I welcome to like pull me aside if I've ever done that. Additionally, there's a person may not know the scenario of certain things. I've misheard something. I know a senator said something to another member that actually made that person very, I'm going to use the word triggered, but that person didn't know that person. that well, and didn't know the situation going on. And so, we have to understand each other and have that conversation. So if these members you've seen hypocritical, as it was Senator Boomerov, Robbie, and I think Hall have all mentioned that members when they were hypocritical, please hold us accountable. Please go up to have that conversation that, hey, XYZ, at this time, at this day, you said this, and I felt this way, and I will have that conversation. We will all have that conversation. We're not here to we're going to deflect everything. Like if there's ever been an issue with the way we've ever run a meeting or the way we have done from legislation or spoken, or you may have not misunderstood of what we said or misinterpreted it, please have that conversation. Like I'm welcome. Like, hey, I know we gotta leave, but literally just walk with me to my car and I will stop at my car and talk to you. If you need to have a full-on conversation with me about how I have made you feel or I have made you feel inferior in some way, whatever comment I have said, I feel like this also echoes on to any of the members on that signed it, and additionally just members in the Senate, that we should all hold each other accountable if we have had some that may have made us feel a certain way or made us feel disrespected. So I'm just saying that now, like once we adjourn, like if you have something that I have ever done, like please come to me. Like I need to have that conversation.
Maybe not when we adjourn. Maybe let's take a breath, guys. But Claudio.
So, for one, I would like to say Chair Courts did a phenomenal job as the chair. And I think that it is worth saying that ideally anything that happens within this chamber, it is professional. It is not personal. Nobody should take anything personally. It's easy to get our emotions tied up in all of this, but try to don't. And then one last comment from me. I would like to say that technically, even without fancy motions, you are limited to 5 minutes to speak on debatable motions. So.
All right, Gumrov.
Yeah, so I kind of just wanted to say, I kind of echo the sentiments with Senator Gaudio. I keep a lot of what I say and how I feel within the chamber and within a professional domain. And that's why it was kind of, I guess, shocking to you all when I mentioned that, like, I personally have felt disheartened or discouraged or neglected, and as well as many other senators, because we do see it as a professional thing. It doesn't hurt me personally. It was just more to point out the actions that I was kind of seeing. So I hope we can all take this forward and see that it's really not that, like, it's not that deep, and like we can handle this all professionally. And I also want to say a message to Speaker Pullman. So, you saw how the Senate body felt about you, and we did stick out our necks, but that's not going to come without some weight to it, and we really do expect to see hopefully a great amount of change. I know it's going to be hard working with everyone now, but I just hope that we can all work together, see some change, get through these 4 months, guys, make it a great one.
On that note, I can assure you I will be scheduling meetings. We will be working on this 1,000%. All right, who's next? Tell us.
So, although as a body we voted to, I can say stuff directly to you, right? During this, although as a body vote to keep you, we still do expect that these problems to not occur anymore, and to for you to basically change what has happened. What has happened in the past. There was evidence of it, but we have placed our trust in you to see change, and so that stuff like this doesn't happen anymore. So I really hope that does happen. I'm looking forward to see that not happen anymore, and to just having a successful rest of the year. As a body, I hope that we can move on from this and grow. I have friends on both sides of the argument, and definitely understood both sides of the argument and their stories, but I still hope that when I come into the office, I still see collaboration happening, and that we can still have a positive and successful atmosphere as the legislative branch of the student government.
Rodriguez.
Hi. I know this was a little bit of a tense night for all of us, but I do want everyone to kind of like leave it with a little bit more of a positive, mindset with it, to not see it as a negative in either party, since it was kind of like a negative in either party, I guess. But yeah, I think there's a lot of things that we can all learn from this, better communication on both sides, and and just a little bit more work and becoming like obviously like working good in the business part, but also more creating more personal relationships just are a little stronger. Sorry.
Okay, and then it is 11:42, and I want to read in the minutes with these people, and then we have to go through final roll call. So I'm going to cap it. We'll do Lipner and then Vinesh. I'll like loop you into forum, but Lipner, go ahead.
Part of what I wanted to say was just to formally request Banesh to loop their requests into forum instead of deliberation, to not open up that other 20-minute period, and then also was hoping to motion for an end, but you just did both of those things, so thank you.
Vinesh, you're good. You're the last one.
First, I just need everybody to indulge me real quick. I'm a psych major and I can see y'all fidgeting and whatever. Let's all take a deep breath. I want to hear the collective sigh. Didn't that feel good, y'all? Exactly. Anyway, at the end of the day, I just want y'all to acknowledge and know that we're a team. I know this might not be the outcome that everybody wanted, but it's clear that Speaker Pullman wants to work on herself and on these complaints and grievances that people have brought to her attention. It's clear that there's some people who feel as though some people are being hypocritical, and I feel like there's all things we can take from this and learn from this. I just hope that we can work towards better collaboration, open communication, and reconciliation. I really hope that you guys don't go home from this and you're like, dang, Senate about to be, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just want y'all to go home, realize that you still have a friend in every senator and that everybody will be here for you no matter what. If you ever need somebody to talk to about these issues, we're all family here. Like, go nice, charge on. You know what I'm saying? We're all here for this common purpose, and we just have to acknowledge that sometimes we're like a dysfunctional family. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes there will be a little bit of chatter, a little bit of keying, but at the end of the day, we're a team, we're professionals. We can go through this time successfully.
Okay. Senate deliberations, it looks like 9. Advisor support, Brody.
Yeah, not a ton for me tonight. I know it's late and everybody's ready to be done. Just to say, I'm here. I'm here to talk through and process anything anybody wants to. Yeah, if you need support, let me know. I'm around, and yeah, I'll kind of leave it at that for tonight.
Maddie.
I'm going to watch my words. I work the website, and I heard some things tonight that have never been brought to my attention. I don't know all of what Speaker Pullman's role may be sometimes when it comes to the website, but I know in my role, I have lots of avenues to update the website in great time. So I just want to put out there, if you don't like something on the website, if you want something new on the website, let's do it. We took all those photos for a reason, so let's get them on the website. So hopefully by next meeting, we can pick out some photos for you guys and get them up there. But I have heard a lot of things tonight about the website that have not been brought to my attention. So if you don't like something, please message me with what you want to do and we can make it work. And I also included, I've had a lot of people text me about things they don't like on the website, and we've fixed them together. I'm sure a lot of people would speak highly of how I communicate. So if you don't like something, please text me. That's the only way I'm going to know. I can't read your minds.
Okay. Miscellaneous business. Appointments. I hereby appoint Nina Rodriguez to the Military and Veterans Caucus. Resignations. I hereby resign J.C. Lim and Kirsten Courts from the Women's Caucus. I hereby resign Autumn Johnson from CRT, and I hereby resign El Banesh from Latin Hispanic Caucus. Are you wanting to drip down? Okay. I'll take a motion. I'm gonna let you do it, Courts, because you had a night.
Motion to adjourn meeting pending final roll call.
There's been a motion to adjourn the meeting pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Chair Courts.
All right. Hold on just a second. I'm not gonna lie, guys. exited out of the forum. Oh, thank you. All right, y'all stop packing up, please. I gotta hear you. Lazo.
Present.
Reed.
Present.
Corelli.
Present.
Thoss. Lim.
Present.
Morset.
Present.
Kringle.
Present.
DeCara.
Present.
Sherman.
Present.
Smith.
Present.
Trejo Hernandez.
Present.
Connolly.
Present.
Gumarov.
Present.
Hamid.
Present.
Kaufman.
Present.
Rudy.
Present.
Gaudio.
Right here.
Metellus.
Present.
Rose.
Present.
Ravi.
Present.
Hall.
Present.
Chalhan.
Present.
Escobar.
Present.
Naguib. Wanjin.
Present.
Johnson. Patel. Weiderberg.
Present.
Green.
Present.
Hendry. Rubin.
Present.
Alcuda.
Present.
Banesh.
Here.
Condoloro.
Present.
Colazo.
Present.
Rodriguez.
Present.
Fenwick.
Present.
Janadra.
Present.
Pullman.
Present.
Gwenda.
Present.
Richmond. Shen.
Present.
Varilla.
Present.
Vasquez.
Present.
Lipner.
Present.
44 out of 46 quorum is verified.
I adjourn this meeting at 11:48 p.m.